Welcome to the Hawks Nest live stream show. I do appreciate you for tuning on in today. The setup might look a little bit different. The setup's not changed. We actually have ourselves a camera. So we've hooked up the camera here today, new camera going, hopefully looking a little bit sharper, a little bit brighter, a little bit tighter on the Hawks Nest side of things. And today we're going to be turning over some updates in regards to the Seahawks coaches. I don't think that we have firmly arrived anywhere yet where we can call there to be a front runner. We are getting a little bit of a firmer understanding of some of the guys that are coming back into the realm as far as for second interviews. We've even got some breaking news right now off of the rip here. In the last couple of hours, it has been announced that a man that was never really connected to the front office as far as Harbaugh goes. We hadn't heard the Hawks really reach out or anything like that. Always had been pretty closely aligned to the Chargers from the jump on these coaching searches that are going on across the National Football League. And indeed, the Chargers were able to reel Harbaugh in and get him into the building. And it looks like he is going to go to the Los Angeles Chargers, leaving the Michigan program. And that is going to be a very interesting division as we go forward with Sean Payton, Harbaugh, and Andy Reid in the division alone. And then Antonio Pierce. So it is going to be a little bit of a blow, of course, for me on this one, as I definitely had a high preference for Harbaugh and what he'd bring to the table. But I also acknowledged and understood that there was a really good chance on this one that he was going to want things that you just couldn't give him. And if that was going to be the case, then you were going to have to look to other candidates and just have to check them out. We have also had some confirmation on a couple of other hires here. Antonio Pierce, another long-connected coach to the Raiders, has gone to the Raiders. So Raiders are off the board from looking right now. As well as, I believe it was yesterday, the Titans announced that they're going to move off from Vrabel, going to Brian Callahan, who was one of my dark horse candidates, if you guys remember, as far as looking at maybe this guy would be a potential guy they could kind of hone in there and take a look at. He went to the Titans, though. So he is now off the board, and the number of teams looking, and then maybe even the number of available coaches out there, ever shrinks bit by bit by bit. We've got the Mike Vrabel, who's meeting with the Carolina Panthers today. I just dropped a video this morning on the channel in regards to the possibility of Vrabel in Seattle, so please do check that out if you haven't had a shot. It also doesn't seem like we've got anything for sure sewn up when it comes to Belichick in Atlanta. That still feels a little bit up in the air. In that it was looking like it was more connected a couple of days ago, and now it's kind of looking like I'm not sure. So we'll have to keep an eye and try to track that one if we can. The Hawks have had a second go-round of interviews. So the first candidates on the Zoom meetings, you come back around to the second candidates. Of course, you can't reach out to a guy like Ben Johnson, for instance, until he's out of the playoffs for that second interview. So the fact that he's not, for instance, on this list doesn't mean that the Hawks are not going to be interested in still bringing him back in here. But Jairo Evero, the Carolina Panther defensive coordinator and former Bronco coordinator before that. Patrick Graham, who it would be interesting from my perspective at this point if he's really a possibility of coming. Well, he would come here as a coach, of course, but he's not coming here as a DC. So they're looking at him. Some people were wondering if maybe they were going to try to lure him or lure a guy like Evero in with the next head coach. And I don't know that this necessarily seems to be indicative of that. So they are certainly interested in Patrick Graham. A real bright guy from Yale. We looked at him a couple weeks ago, and though he hasn't necessarily produced a lot of abs this past year, maybe another guy like Evero with a lot of potential there in the defensive coordinator position. So you're looking to just kind of get out ahead of that one early on. But he's come back for a second interview. Mike Kafka, I believe it was yesterday or today, is having his second interview in person. Raheem Morris, the defensive coordinator for the Los Angeles Rams. Kind of a surprising candidate to me for as much heat as he's getting, but did a good job with not the strongest of collection of players list last year. And he's been in the league for a very long time. So he is also getting his second interview. And then the man today in the building in Seattle, maybe making his case as we speak. Maybe he is in the conference room right now. That goatee going, flapping, trying to get John Schneider on board. The fact his time is now. He is the guy to come here. And that is going to be Dan Mother effing Quinn. Dan Quinn. In the building today with his second interview, and we may come to find the Hawks say, hey, we've talked to our guys, we've done a second round of interviews, we've got our guy. So we may very well hear if he goes in there and blows them away today, that you come back out on the other side of it, and Dan Quinn is your next Hawks coach. Now, there's certainly a lot of national media that are connecting Dan to this position. It's, as I've said from the start in my video that I did a couple weeks ago, it's just like almost a foregone conclusion he's going to get the job. But the Hawks are at least showing, as far as the outward hand here, that they're trying to do an exhaustive search, that they're trying to look through the landscape and find what they can find, leave no stone unturned, which is exactly the process that we hoped, I think, that they would undertake. And it does seem like when you hear those same pundits who might casually connect Quinn to Seattle, when they really do get a little bit more pressed as far as, well, who's the front runner right now? Who do you think is really in the lead? Absent that kind of, I just have a general feeling, and they're interviewing him a second time, let me put 2 and 2 together. There doesn't seem to be the true guy going out ahead right now has emerged. It does still feel like it's in the process of, maybe it's not early in the process, but maybe we're still more in the mid part of the process, where this is potentially still going to take a week and maybe even longer. I know that this is driving some of the fans crazy, as they're like, make a decision already. But this is hard in this year because the new rules came down to where you have a coordinator in the playoffs still. You can't interview him in person. You used to be able to do that. They do the red-eye flight across the country and sell their vision and then go back and try to put a game plan together a couple of these, last couple decades of football. And the NFL finally realized that's not very good for the teams in the playoffs trying to compete, trying to go to a Super Bowl. So they said, okay, if you want those guys now, you got to wait till after the year. That's the way this is going to have to work. And so that does mean you have to wait on a guy like Ben Johnson. Mike McDonald is a guy I know many of you would love to see here, and myself included, but I'm not sure. I've heard some scuttlebutt with him that he wants to stay out more into the East Coast. Midwest, East Coast is more of his jam. Not much of a West Coast guy necessarily, just from what we're hearing. Doesn't mean that it's necessarily certain, but he is another guy that does at least still remain out there, hasn't been picked up yet. And if you want Seattle to go away from simply, to me, the kind of the tried and true options, be it a Dan Quinn, Mike Vrabel, there is a lot more of these kind of coordinators, first-time guys you're looking at as they're peeling through, which is interesting enough. So it's not a rich list of a bunch of guys with a tremendous background in NFL coaching or whatnot. Some of them without even really any head coaching experience, which I'm finding very interesting. A guy like Mike Kafka, no head coaching experience there, but mightily interested in him and what he could bring to the table. So the candidates have not really refined too much at this point past the front runner guys that went off the board. It does suck to see that we're not able to jump on a guy like Harbaugh. I think he would have taken this team quickly, but again, I acknowledge there was a lot of issues in trying to put that one together. So you've got Bobby Slowick, Mike Vrabel, Dan Quinn, Ben Johnson, Mike McDonald, as well with the other aforementioned guys I talked about that they are looking at as far as a second interview. So that is kind of your list of guys right now that the Hawks are still peeling through, and there does not seem to be a rush. I know that there's a tapping of the toes out there in the fan base, but there does not seem to be a rush here. And again, if they really do want Ben Johnson, if they really do want to kind of sit him down and see where he's at, then you do want to wait until the process ends fully. You don't want to just take a guy because you're like, we don't want to wait 2 weeks. That'd be a silly reason not to wait and have an opportunity to really take a look and sit down with these guys and see if they might be able to just blow you away in the interview process and emerge as a true, clear front runner. I appreciate you guys watching today. We're going to probably just do this as a little bit of an in and out kind of live show like I've talked to you guys about before on that. As I will be back tomorrow with the member show, and we'll be doing the B&B show later on tomorrow evening. So I was up a little bit late last night trying to crank that Vrabel video out and get the last little details out on that one. So a little rummy today, but happy with what I'm seeing from the Hawks coaching search, just from a big picture standpoint. I wanted, as you guys know, when we talked about this at the back in the offseason, and before Carroll was even let go, what do you want? Because everybody goes, well, who's the coach you're going to want if you let Carroll go? There was this feeling of, well, if you're going to let Carroll go, then you better darn well have a guy in place who's really fit to replace him, who can stand tall in Carroll's shadow. And my whole point of that was that you really didn't need to. In fact, if you're going to look to really truly hire the best guy, you're not going to take that approach. You're going to take the approach of going through as many names as possible. You're going to have guys that are wild and crazy from complete left field, along with straightforward candidates that make complete sense. So the Hawks are doing both of those. I think they're measuring out the weights properly here. It would be pretty funny to me if you go through this whole exhaustive process only to end up back at Dan Quinn, who everybody associated back here from the start, and who, again, just from the feedback that you get from fans, the feedback I get from fans in doing these shows multiple times a week, is that Dan Quinn does not generate the excitement here. And I'm not saying he can't be successful. I'm not saying he'd be bad in coming in here. I don't think he would be bad. But would he be great? Would he get you to greatness? I think that's a little bit of some of what many fans question here with Dan. And I think it's kind of a valid question at that, and one that I don't particularly have the answer for in that. We'll just have to see if it comes to that, if he is the man with this. But he is in the building today. We'll see what he potentially can do. He's a charismatic guy. Maybe he was able to sway John, and certainly they have at least some kind of relationship going into the past when Quinn was here last time. So interesting to see. Let's see where you guys are at in the chat today. Appreciate everybody watching. Please hit the like button. Thanks for everybody checking out that Vrabel video. Quick. We turned around like a few thousand views on that thing, like nothing. So I want to thank everybody for checking that out. Very, very kind of you guys for doing that. Femi, how you doing? Says Jim Harbaugh signed with the Chargers. Indeed, Jim, the Chargers locked in on him. I would not be the least bit surprised if they ended up giving him control to make this happen. That was something that we will learn is a key part of this Harbaugh coming to the Chargers, is that he got that control. And that was something that I was not ever expecting Schneider should have given up. Would never have told him he should have had to given up. I don't like coaches having personnel player decision control. I think it's not for the betterment of the organization, nor for the head coach. And so can't do it. Megan says, now I know, Jag Sports Talk with Jose Rodriguez says, I know Megan is going to be happy about that. Yeah, she's going to be happy about the no Harbaugh in Seattle. That's for sure. Harbaugh off the market, Grug. Looks like the Falcons' Belichick steam is dying down. Could be bad news for us. Falcons and Commanders have requested second interviews with Ben Johnson. I hate to say it, but it sounds like Johnson to the Commanders is almost a done deal. Higher chance of that than Belichick to the Falcons. We haven't requested a second interview with Johnson yet. I don't know if there's a rule in place or something, but if there isn't, then what the F are we doing? I have not heard on the second interview request for Johnson either, which is a tad strange, Greg. And again, if you're going to say, well, signs pointing to potentially them locking in on their target, and then signs pointing to the likely target they're locking upon, you kind of go, okay, well, then this would be indicative, maybe like a Dan Quinn is going to be the hired guy. Because why wouldn't you wouldn't add another second interview, because you don't intend to want to do any more interviews. You know, this one, after you conduct this one, is going to hit the right spot. You've hit all of the Rooney Rule check marks, I suppose, at that point, and you roll with, a Quinn. But that's how I would take that information, Grug. But I might be taking it a little bit too far advanced. Maybe they're just being patient and taking their time, knowing you can request the second interview now. You can request it in 4 days, but you got to wait until he is out of the playoffs to get it done. And yeah, Belichick to the Falcons does seem like it is starting to slow down. And I agree. I don't know if that's good for us. Feels like that's potentially taking one highly qualified candidate we'd want off the market versus Belichick, who I don't think we would necessarily particularly want. So we'll see how this plays out with it, Greg. Great thoughts on it, though, man. Mark Hoppercorn, how you doing, brother? It's good to see you. Thank you, Jose, for reminding me. Please hit that like button, folks, if you could. Tom Eden, my dream of seeing action green khakis on our sideline is over. They would have been wonderful. Wonderful action green khakis at that. They would have been spectacular. Spectacular khakis. Team wasn't interested, I guess. If I find out that Harbaugh didn't want to have, that he wasn't getting any player club control here, I might hurt a little bit more on this deal. Russell Marcuse says, I hope Patrick Graham crapped his pants at the interview so it'll decrease his chances of getting the job. Brian Myers, my number one wish came true. No cheater Harbaugh coming. You will not have to suffer any Harbaugh here. I know many Hawk fans were worried about that potentiality, but that one is not coming down the line. Greg, Chargers are going to the playoffs. Herbert is going to be an absolute monster. They also have the 5th overall pick. Things are going to be special in LA. Great fit for Harbaugh there. Player personnel control or not, Greg, great. Again, awesome thoughts from you today off the rip. But home run for them. Home run for Herbert. He's going to get the most out of Herbert, and that team is going to be a monster. You know, they're going to have some battles there, out there in the West. Brian Meyer says, don't know Herbert's contract situation, but do Chargers move him and bring JJ? No. Herbert's big reason that Harbaugh is going to that job. and their dead money on the contract would be insane. Insane. Mr. Dog, how you doing, man? I guess we're not getting Harbaugh. Don Power Ranger, what's up? How you doing, Don? Everyone's all, despite the passing of Star Trek Enterprise star ambassador Soval himself, Gary Graham. R.I.P. to Gary Graham. Sorry to hear that. Space, what's up? Holy hand grenade. What? Ran the Cuts is Wednesday stream. I love it. I'm going to mix it up here this offseason on you guys. We'll keep you guys on your toes a little bit with this stuff, you know? Reyes Gaming TV, what's up? Good to see you in the house. PGZ, hello. Hello. I got a live stream in the very beginning, laughing out loud. Hey, that's why I want to do this as a mix it up kind of thing on the streams this off season and try to do some different days because I know that there's sometimes folks aren't able to get in the live stream at all. So I'm hoping this will make it go a little bit. Tommy says, camera, damn, times are changing. Yeah, this thing's got a field of vision too, like a mother, dude. I can almost stretch both hands out across the screen. It's pretty cool. I'm going to like this one. This one's going to be nice. Got to get that filter on there. You know what I mean? Ethan Tech World, what's up, man? This is the moral of the story is Jim Harbaugh went to college football to hide from Pete Carroll. Am I right or am I right? Well, Harbaugh will accomplish maybe many things in his coaching life. National championships, Super Bowls. But he will have to go to his grave. He will have to take his final breath, thinking in his mind, I never solved the old man. He got me, and I never got him back. Brian likes Mike McDonald, head coach, Frank Reich as an OC, and Wink Martindale as a defensive coordinator. Woo! I think I saw, didn't I see somewhere where Wink was hired somewhere? Could be wrong. But sign me up, Brian. Sign me up for that. Look at the switch. Thank God. Now you can stop pining for Harbaugh. Well, I'm mourning on this stream, but yes, after this stream, then that's it. Snail says, I hate everything about our coaching search so far. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that, man. It hasn't elicited a ton of excitement from me either. I'm just getting more of the feeling like they've kind of locked in on their guy. Yeah, and that a lot of this stuff is a whole lot of motion without a lot of substance. Or a whole lot of them educating themselves on the process versus truly grinding down to necessarily the best candidate. But I'm open to being surprised on this. DVD Forever B, what is this crap about Chip Kelly? Didn't we already establish 6 years ago his offensive system doesn't work in the NFL? I thought we did. Didn't he have multiple chances at multiple organizations? It would be so the thing with Chip Kelly is he wants to run this, hurry it up all the time, build a whole bunch of extra snaps on the back of his team over the course of the season. So you have to train your team up to be able to do that. That was one of the big things when we went to the Eagles, is that they got all pissy and moany because he was running them so hard in training camp, trying to get their bodies to where they could sustain this, and then their bodies were tapped out halfway into the season. There's a lot of approaches with Chip Kelly that just, no. Chip Kelly can't be a true option. It would be, but maybe they're looking at like, well, Geno does his best stuff in 2 minutes. What if you guys have asked that DVD, what if we just ran 2 minute all the time? I give you Chip Kelly. Spaces, hey, Brian, what do you think about hitter spoon tank? Dan Spanut, are we waiting to interview Ben Johnson until after the NFC Championship? Well, I think you have to on the interview in person at least. I don't know if it's on the second interview. You could do a second interview on the Zoom, but if you want to meet them in person, I believe you have to wait until after the playoffs. I'm new to this rule as well, Dan. So they just instituted this year. So all of the particulars I'm just kind of learning about, especially because of the first coaching search we've had in 14 years. But you do have to wait. And that's kind of where on Ben, I go, okay, I understand them not having to feel like they got to jump at the deal on that. They're just waiting for them to have him freed up to where they can really, you want to meet with the guy, you want him there in person. Jordan says Clint probably won't be let go until we get a head coach. Yeah, probably not. Maybe they're just holding him there too, or maybe the new head coach wants him as a DL, a DLC. A DLC. But that was another piece of news I didn't talk about. But Waldron, of course, hired as an offensive coordinator with the Chicago Bears. So he's going to get to guide young Caleb Williams to the promised land. Nick says, would not be surprised if we hired Dan. Would be sad as F. Yeah, I struggled to find the excitement for doing that move. I'm not going to crap all over it at all, but it is one that is a struggle for me to elicit. Yeah. Yeah, it's kind of one of those, Where's the Alonzo Mourning gif, meme, sitting on the bench, going through the different process. John Stillwell, what's up, man? Thank you for the $50 donation. It's good to see you in the house, John. Hope you're doing well tonight, man. And thank you for the $50 donation. Appreciate you, brother. You're part of the reason I got this new camera. So a shout out to you for helping to get this new, hopefully nice, sharp, industry-like camera. You're rolling here, but I appreciate you, John. Thank you, man. Have a great night out here. Good to see you in the house, too. The Snail says Dan Quinn's going to hire Pete Carroll as his defensive coordinator. I don't know why that makes me laugh so much. But oh, Lordy. Sean says Vrabel will be a great hire. Why do you think they haven't interviewed him? Yeah, Pelissaro was talking today about the fact that maybe Vrabel is too much cut from the Belichick Patriot cloth. There's too much potential negative reinforcement, not enough positive affirmations. And if you do fit what Schneider said about what they're attempting to do with this search, which is to continue on a already established culture, I suppose it wouldn't be a continuing on of an already established culture if you were bringing in a negative reinforcement kind of guy, even if his negative reinforcement is not all that. I think he's not just a pure Belichick of just curmudgeon, If I just got some balls. This guy's got some, it seems like, positivity to him as well. There seems like a balance there. With Harbaugh off the board, it's Johnson and Vrabel is my 1-2 now in my list. With those guys very closely aligned, Vrabel's raised with time in my eyes. Doing some of the research I did for the recent video I dropped today on Vrabel only warmed me more up to him and looking what he had dealt with, what he was dealing with through the time there, and how what I would call badly the general managers were operating there in Tennessee. The monstrous cap hits of a guy like Tannehill, which makes no sense for that. That guy should never be the number one cap hit in the entire NFL, much less 2 years in a row be right up near that mark. That's not Vrabel's fault. And the way that they just bled talent left and right and just poor drafting. Guy did a great job with less. And his players have said the same. Listen to Busting the Boys, and they talking about it on Vrabel and what he did there with Tennessee and what he was able to do. The man doesn't need a full clip to land his shots. And that impresses me. But like you said, it doesn't seem like he's blown John Schneider's dress up very much in this process. Copperwise says, if John hires Dan Quinn, he has failed, in my opinion. It's very close to me feeling on the line of that as well. Maybe you guys will talk me into it yet. I find myself just shrugging, and it comes back to why let Carroll go then? If you're just looking to do more of the damn same, then why let Carroll go? I don't get it. But change is hard. Look at the switch. This big fail if JS hires DQ. Sean says Dan Quinn would be an awful hire. Faces, it's all about Dave Johnson. Goldie Cobb, Dan Quinn and Chip Kelly does that for you. 12s. Dan Quinn is head coach. Kelly is OC. Bend but don't break combined with hurry up offense. What could go wrong? Camel toe, Harris 69, Quinn. I've let him go, Flick. Let him go. Goldie Cobb says with Vrabel, the question is who will be his OC? Well, I think it's pretty clear. Well, I mean, I'm taking a guess here, but I would register he's probably going to bring Arthur Smith with him. Smith's a free agent out there to be had, and especially if he was having the opportunity, I think, from Smith's perspective, to come to Seattle with Seattle's talent, I think it'd be tough to turn down, especially with the success that he's had with Vrabel prior. That'd be my guess. DVD says, if we can't get Mike McDonald, I'm most excited about Ben Johnson than any other candidate. I love his play calling as well as his scheme. He's done a great job. And this playoffs, I think he is really shown and put out at the forefront what he does well, Ben Johnson. That offense can do everything in the book, upwards, downwards, left, and right. He'll attack you in any manner. He understands that. He talked about being able to maximize his personnel. We've seen throughout the playoffs him doing just that. You know, it's not just I got to hammer on St. Brown for 20 targets a game to find our offensive success. I mix on with Gibbs. Here's a little bit of Montgomery. Oh, you got Jamison Williams out on the outside, and then we've got the steadiness of a possession guy like Josh Reynolds. Then here comes Laporta as well, and everybody starts to get just mixed in on a nice little, like the perfect mix. It's the perfect mix, and you watch him on a weekly basis, and that's what he does with that offense. Things don't feel forced, and it doesn't feel like, okay, now is Sam Laporta target time. Okay, now Jamison Williams target time. You know, it's all running just nice and fluidly and smoothly. And like you, that's why I've got Ben Johnson as my number one guy right now, as it stands kind of right now too. John Stillwell, it's great to see you, man. Thank you, brother. Tell your wife I said, hey. What's up? What's up? Sean says, Quinn, no. Vrabel, yeah. Tommy says, if we hire Dan, we probably won't Quinn. Dustin Cole says, I love Dan Quinn as a defensive coordinator. Not sure firing Pete and hiring Dan Quinn as a head coach makes sense. Amen, Dustin. I'm glad I'm not the only one on this one that finds myself confused by it. We're moving on to do more of the same. What? Is that what they just said? Did they say? Yeah, that's what they said. Wiz, he hate me. Don't think Ben Johnson will fix our offensive line issues. He had a good offensive line in Detroit. We need to upgrade in the trenches. No, I think that a lot of what you do maybe get, and this is certainly a guess on my part, Wiz, but understanding in Johnson that why he's had some of the success, or a big part of why he's had the success, is that stability in that offensive line in Detroit. And I think that that's something that he's going to push for walking in the door with John. John Schneider comes from the background of the Packers. The Packers background, the Packers way, the Ron Wolf way, was definitely to always put some good resources into the offensive line. You look through the years, they had quite a few Pro Bowlers, quite a few All Pros. I think that's a bit more of his background. And I say this because I think that a lot of the limitations we see on the offensive line, or not limitations, but I guess I should say is lack of resources put into the offensive line at times in recent years. I don't know if always goes back to Schneider as being the main driver of that. And so I think you get Johnson in, I think there is a little bit more of a commitment to building that offensive line right in a true way. And the good news is you're not starting from scratch, because you got your two starters set on the outside. You've got your backups set at tackle, with both still Forsythe and Curhan returning. You've got some bright prospects on the interior in Oluwatimi and Bradford. So you got some things to work with, but there's a lot of work that needs to be done with. So you would put that, as I've said, put that at the priority point one this offseason in what you look to try to address. Well, the Gob says Raheem Morris is a Rooney Rule guy. Let's be honest. He might be. He does have a lot of respect, and he's really looked upon fondly, I think, in NFL circles based on what I was kind of reading about him more as I've tried to look a little bit deeper into him. But it is hard with looking at him as a coach, 17-31 for the time that he did get an opportunity. In 3 years there with the Rams, he's not taken that defense to the same place that Staley took the defense. You do kind of go, why? Brian E. It's interesting. Paul Allen made Mike Holmgren give up the general manager title and stick to head coach, and then turned around and gave head coach and VPO to Pete. Yeah, I think Brian, and this is always on my part a bit of a guess in thinking about that a little bit, because I've thought about this as well. Well, you sort of seem to your point, learned and understood that I give Mike Holmgren all that power, didn't do him well, didn't make him a better coach. There really was an inhibiting factor to him. Yet here I'm going to give this now to Pete Carroll. And I think the reason that was done was that I don't think that you get Coach Carroll to Seattle without it. It's a little bit of what we might come to find with Harbaugh here, where Harbaugh might be the same situation here playing out again, where he's got the juice to go to a front office and say, look, I'll be happy to remain in Michigan. If you really want me here at the pro level, then you're going to give me A, B, C, D, E. And remembering we're coming off Mora at that time, maybe from Paul Allen's perspective, he saw it as there's not another better candidate out there I'm going to be able to go get this offseason. So I've got to be aggressive on that, and that means I'm going to have to give away the cow with the milk. That's what I've thought on it, Brian. I could be wrong, but I've given that thought too. Why would you learn the lesson and then unlearn it? But it paid off, and I think it would have been what it was going to take to bring Carroll up from the college level. Wu-Tang Financial says, I'm down with Vrabel. Who's down with Vrabel? Who's down with VRABLE? Who's down with VRABL? Huh? You know me. That was an old school reference to a very old school rap song. Tommy Eden, someone said there is a stupid rule that you can't do in-person interviews with playoff teams unless you meet the deadline, and we have not fired Carroll yet. That may be why only Zoom meetings. Yes, that's the rule. It's NFL with their rules. So many rules, so many regulations. Dara, Harbaugh brothers playing against each other next season. Who are you taking? The Ravens. Well, Ravens right now, Dara, but they may go win the Super Bowl, mess around, and then they're going to have both their coordinators taken this offseason. And then Harbaugh's got to hire all new 2-1s. He's got a first place schedule he's got to go through. And somebody was saying before, Chargers are going to come back with some stuff. They're still coming back next year. Bosa's on that defense. Derwin James still on that defense. And offensively, they're very interesting. Rashawn Slater, Zion Johnson on that line. Still Corey Linsley in there. Maybe what do you do with that 5th pick? Do you bring in a Brock Bowers? Bowers with Keenan Allen and Johnson on the outside, and the other long big receiver they have, that's a lot. That'd be a lot. I wonder, too, if maybe he would think about trying to take one of the tackles with Harbaugh. Some interesting ways the Chargers could go. But I'll give it the Ravens because they're just such a monster right now, Dara. They're built so up well that I still think that Chargers are going to need some time with Harbaugh there to instill his culture. John says, if Quinn gets the job, you'll know John didn't really have control of the search. Great point. That's a great point, John. I hadn't thought of it as much in that way. But I will say that maybe in to your point on this, what's always struck me about this that's been a bit of in the oddity part of it is him saying we want to carry on what we've got here. And that was almost a lot of something that gave a lot of people fuel for the fire at the time in the conference when John said that of, okay, so you want to go to a Quinn. Because it's such an unusual detail to kind of speak on as a general manager. They'll say, yeah, we've got a great, every general manager will sell their plays. We've got a great this, we've got a great that. But the specific part about the next person coming in, carrying on what's here, because again, what's here is so specific to Coach Carroll and his style. I think there could be something to that, John. I think there could be something to that. Well, hand grenade, anyone know why we didn't interview Mike McDonald? My guess is I've heard from a couple of places that he doesn't want to come out to the West Coast. So maybe you don't even reach out to him if you know that that's going to be the case. George Samuel, my man out in Egypt. What's up, George? Says, congratulations on 15,000 subscribers. 50K, here we come. Hashtag Go Hawks. Hey, Go Hawks, George. And yes, sir. Feels good. Feels like we rounded a turn here. And 50K, that sounds mighty nice to me. John Stillwell says McDonald is tied to some other opening, isn't he? Oh, I've heard a little potential Washington there, but then we hear what John Washington so thoroughly connected with Johnson. He seems really tightly bound into there. I've also heard maybe Atlanta. Atlanta seems to be doing a little bit like we're doing, but maybe even more exhaustive. Like they're kicking the tires on everything. Hold on. I saw the latest on something. I don't. Gosh, the Ravens interviewed him, though. So if the Ravens interviewed him, he's willing to come out to the West Coast. That's weird. We haven't reached out to him then. That is strange. As I'm thinking about it, John, I think it's Atlanta or Carolina. I think. I've heard him every other day on some of these. You hear these guys popped around John to different ones on a Tuesday to Wednesday, to Thursday to Friday. I mean, these rumors are so silly. You guys want to look at something that's hilarious? I don't know if you guys saw recently, but Sports Illustrated is having some issues out there, publication standpoint. And if you want to understand maybe just kind of baseline why Sports Illustrated is having some issue, we saw this rumor pop up a couple of days ago. Former Seahawks head coach Pete Carroll's making a push for the Chargers vacancy. Everybody was like, ooh, he's coming in to snipe Harbaugh. But then look at this. Sports Illustrated, within I think about a couple of hours of each other, runs two different stories. One story, Seahawks Pete Carroll making a push for Chargers job. And then the next story, a couple hours later, sources reveal truth of Pete Carroll's quote-unquote push for Chargers head coaching job. Carroll doesn't appear to be making a push for the loss journalistic integrity of the highest order. Make sure you're getting every angle. Makes it hard though, John, these rumors. Keldon said, I love Harbaugh to the Chargers. Glad he didn't come back to the NFC. Laughing out loud. You Niner fans were getting nervous about Harbaugh in Seattle. You can be legit about it now, Keldon, that it's not going to happen. I know you guys would have had to put a brave face on if it had occurred, but you were getting mighty worried a little bit about that. Just a little bit. George has got Ben Johnson, number 1. Number 2, Mike McDonald. 3, someone who knows McVay and Shanahan well. That would be Raheem Morris. There we go, George. Ooh, a surprise there on number 3. I like that, George. Like that. Mr. Dog at the Hawks Nest. What team, if any, could potentially beat us to signing Ben Johnson if we wait? I feel like we have the best job available for a coach. I have felt that as well, Mr. Dog. What team, if any, could potentially beat us signing Ben Johnson? I think Washington seems like that team. he has a connection with the new general manager in Washington, Peters. They're supposedly very close. In fact, there's this whole, they've got like a, they like made a blood oath with their hands or whatever for him to come as the head coach. If you're a general manager first, I come with you. If I go to the place, you're going to come with me. Kind of one of those things. So that's reportedly there in play. So if that's the case, maybe they don't need to do any due diligence from Washington's standpoint on this, to where they go, we're out here interviewing, but we know who we're going to get, and then we'll just announce it at the time we want to announce it. Where Seattle could be sitting there waiting for that second interview. Washington says we don't need it. Our guy's best friends with this guy. We don't need another interview. He knows him like the back of his hands. Yeah. He knows he likes to sit down when he pees. Like, they're that close. John says Herbert is on a 5-year deal worth $250 million or so. There we go. Yeah, Herbert's just signed that last year, so there's no way that there's any trade you could pull off there. Even if they were being given a king's ransom, it'd be $122 million of dead money or something if you were trying to move off of him. Especially because you can't post June 1st that thing. Greg Kemp, what's up, man? Good to see you in the house. Spaces, what do you think of Bobby Slowick as a head coach? I don't know much about him. He doesn't have a huge track record in the sport, and I think Ben Johnson's, to me, just a little bit ahead of him. I think Ben Johnson's got that kind of one more extra year of success and proven commodity aspect to him. But Slowick is an exciting candidate. He's did great work with C.J. Stroud in his development there. That line was not always in the best place, so you had to kind of work around that as an offensive coordinator. I think he utilizes a lot of modern techniques. I love his ability to get shot plays. He really finds a way to manufacture through a lot of what he does in sequencing, like Ben Johnson. But he's really looking to sequence to get to the big play. And that does stand out about him, is that he'll go find those home runs. But not any real coaching experience, even really limited offensive coordinating experience. And so you're taking a bit of a risk there, a shot in the dark on that one. Nick says, if anything, I'm glad John Schneider's taking his time before jumping right back into another marriage. That's right. He needs to go out. You know what I mean? He needs to go be single, sow some oats, talk to some ladies, right? He's not going to get another opportunity to this. No need to go right back in, put another ring on another finger quick, Go have a couple Vegas weekends. Jordan says he only interviewed Ben once, so for all we know, that is who he wants and is just waiting to see what happens after this weekend. Very well could be. I'd feel good about that. And I do like the fact if it's an exhaustive process to truly get to the right guy, I love that. I love that they've taken this, and that's certainly a thing I would have loved to have seen ideally at the rip here when this began. Jordan says he only interviewed Ben. Oh, sorry. Tommy says, I told you to not discount the Chip Kelly thing. I said when Pete was first let go, not that I want it, but we have a tight connection with UCLA. Ugh. I know. Well, I believed you, Tommy, but I didn't want it. You know what I mean? Nick, is Mike Kafka someone we should be taking serious? I don't think so. He must give real good interview. You know what I mean? That's all I can say about that if Kafka's going to be the guy. He gives real good interview. Greg, our second interview pool is gross. Kinda. I trusted John, but I'm not feeling much confidence in him right now anymore. It feels like he's contradicting a lot of things he said in his presser. Hope I'm wrong. It's not a beautiful, bright, sunny picture at the moment, Greg, either. But it is still uncertain, I think. And there may be a way that they're wanting to go on this where not showing their hand, doing that due diligence. As they said, it's an educational process for them. Being it's the first time they've done a head coaching search in 14 years. And so you maybe work to get that process a little bit better as you go through. Kelton says, well, Chip Kelly's best quarterback was Nick Foles or Sam Bradford, from what I remember. Yeah, he didn't have necessarily the greatest of quarterbacks to run his system, but boy, will he burn a team out. John Stillwell says it's going to be Vrabel, or we are the unluckiest team in football. Ooh, I hope you're right, John. God, I hope you're right. I feel good about that. Considering right now Quinn feels so close at this moment, especially John, Vrabel looks all the more better. All the more better with the closer Quinn inches. King Bomber Clint Hurts long gone. He's free to get a job elsewhere. Yeah. Well, Aaron Grenade, I wouldn't mind Bucks OC as a head coach, whatever his name is. Canales. Holy hand grenade. Yeah, he's a guy's been talked about a little bit as well. Another guy a little bit like Slowick to me, where it's a little early. It feels a little early on that one. Sean Renault just came into the stream. What are your thoughts on Mike Kafka, Brandon? I think he's an underrated option. What he was able to do with the Giants offense in 2022 was impressive, given the Giants team. He's got the Andy Reid background, which I think is a big part of as well the acclaim there, Sean, is that Andy Reid's tree he's done a good job, it seems, of preparing coaches for the process to go be a head coach. Now, he's been an offensive coordinator, as you say, with the Giants the last 2 years. You can't hold a lot against him this year, as that offense was a complete mess, upwards and down, injuries across the board, bad quarterback play. Where do you begin? Last year helps that offense on the back of that offense performance. Really, that team gets to the playoffs, wins a playoff game in Minnesota, and it looks, I think, to me at times, Sean, when I look at the surface of that year, it looks good. When I looked into a little bit more of the particulars that year, and when you really look at the tape as to what they were doing, it was a little bit of smoke and mirrors. It was a little bit of manufactured offense where your quarterback's going to be basically a running back. And an OC coming in here whose approach is my offensive success is going to happen on the back of my quarterback running around, like a running back. I'm not really in super favor of that. I like the Reid background. I think that you're right in that he got that offense. He got everything out of that offense that you could get out of that offense that year, considering what they had on that side of the ball, considering the quarterback that they had. But I don't know that he did anything necessarily amazing in that outside of just, we're going to keep Daniel Jones in control. We're going to have him, option passes and read option looks. It's going to be a lot of that stuff. And one read looks, everything was just kind of all at kind of a simplified sort of level in the way that Giants offense was running at that time. So I don't know how that bodes well into his future. I mean, he may be a very complex offensive mind when he actually gets to a place of having an offense where he can run a complex offense. But he's hard because of that. It makes it hard, Sean, to kind of pull out one from the other when I look at his work, because you only have that one offensive coordinator year. He didn't do any of it back with Kansas City. And then I have this bad season, which was just a complete horror fest from start to finish on the offensive side of the ball. But you work through also, 3-4 quarterbacks over the course of the year. Whoa. I would have liked to have kept Andy Dickerson too, Brian. He's out there interviewing for offensive line coaches. I'm guessing we're probably going to get a different guy too with that. Tommy, why Chip Kelly? Because Tommy Eden says, why Chip Kelly? Because John is a big into analytics and sports science, and that is literally Chip's whole claim to fame beyond the offensive philosophy. That's true. He's the guy that would tell his players wants them to get like 10 hours of sleep a night, and yeah, he's got a whole program, does Chip, in his approach on getting his players to get to play at their best. Possible, I guess, there. We'll see on that one. That would blow me away. But I'll give you credit, Tom, if it hits. DVD Forever says, hitting Dan Quinn is John just saying, out with the old and in with the old. The king is dead. Long live the king. Oh, I'm a little bit behind on the donos. Sorry. Hawks. Oh, thank you for the $5 donation. Ben Johnson seems like a lock for the Commanders' head coaching job. What do you think it would take for the Hawks to steal him away? You might have to offer him the job sans an interview, or pay him more money than what Washington's willing to pay him, which Washington, I'm guessing, is going to be willing to pay him quite a bit of money. As well, you don't offer him the situation potentially of having that close relationship with the general manager, Peters, like he does. If those guys are as tight as is said, what are you really going to be able to do at that point? You offer a better situation as far as the talent, but then we also hear reports about Ben Johnson Hoxo that he wants to build something from scratch. And it's not that he's looking to inherit the easiest job necessarily. These would be all kind of signs, like you say, whether, I don't know if I go to full on lock to the Commanders, but I do think that there's some strong ties there to the Commanders. And it may even be at this point where it's understood league-wide that this is going to be where he's going to go. So what's the point of even interviewing him any further? Which would explain why we don't have the second interview lined up with Johnson, even but just to get it scheduled. So it does seem like that's going into that direction of things. And if it does, it would be interesting to know from Schneider's perspective, if he didn't have the Peters impediment, if he would have jumped onto Ben Johnson as the number one candidate here. But outside of paying him a lot more money, you really got not much else to offer outside of we offer more talent. We offer more of a track record of success here. But Washington come back to him and say, look, our track record doesn't mean anything. We got new ownership. Track record should be reset. I think it's going to be hard, Hoxo. I think it's going to be hard at this point. And the lack of the second interview is kind of telling at this point. John can be slow rolling it, but something about that feels a little bit telling to me that you haven't tried to at least have him come back or at least get that on the books. I hope not. I do like Ben Johnson a lot. And I love watching the game plan that he orchestrated against that Tampa Bay Buccaneers defense, especially the way they were attacking the middle of the field with the passing attack. Corey Olson says, Corey Olson, thank you for the $2 donation, says, what is your thoughts on the Chip Kelly rumors? Well, let me bring it up here because people may not be aware of it. So the rumors are right now that we will have a package deal of Dan Quinn and Chip Kelly. I would never have saw this one coming. So 14 hours ago, the rumor out there is that Dan Quinn comes here as a head coach, and then your offensive coordinator is going to be Chip Kelly, which would be an interesting approach. So that's the rumor that we got right now. It's kind of so wild, Corey, that I don't even know, what to say. There's so much to unpack with the potential of bringing Dan Quinn here with Chip Kelly. I would be flabbergasted. I would really be flabbergasted. Now, Chip Kelly will run an offense that will be freaking fun. People will have fun. Why? Like, here's the thing with it. It's going to be a fun offense if he's coming. Hurry up all the time. Just getting the ball in your playmaker's hands all across the board. He knows Charbonnet. He loves Charbonnet. He'll know how to use Charbonnet. Don't think he won't love Kenneth Walker too. So from Chip's perspective, I'm sure he's like, ooh, look at all that. Look at all that good stuff. But boy, extra plays on offense with a bend but don't break defense. I got to give this one some thought, Corey. I got to turn this one over a little bit in my brain. It's kind of a brain breaker on that one. But look, it'll be fun. It'll be fun at least. I'll give it that. I don't know if it'll work. My bottom line, I don't know if it'll work, but it'll be fun. Phoebe Moore Seahawks. Thank you for the $2 donation. It's good seeing the house tonight as well. Says, can we just steal Andy Reid like we stole Mike Holmgren? Oh, if only but for. Andy loves himself out there in Kansas City, and Mike wanted that control. That was the way you brought him here. You got him here because you could offer that control. Andy's not needing that. I think he already has it there with the Chiefs. So you just don't have the carrot to dangle. You don't have that dangling carrot, unfortunately. Plus, you'd have to, I think Holmgren was a free agent at that point. You'd have to actually trade. What would the Chiefs want for Andy Reid? 3 first-round picks? Megan in the house. What's up, Megan? And congrats on Harbaugh not coming. It's good to see you, though. Says, hey. Love Johnson, but why are they waiting until after the postseason? God, I hope so, B. If we don't get him, who else is there? Please, no Quinn. Yeah, we've been lamenting, I think, a little bit of the Quinn option here and what it will bring, what it foretells. We've been kind of going, I think there's like 10% of the fan base that'll have excitement for Quinn. Maybe it goes to 13% with Chip Kelly just because they know the offense is going to be pretty crazy. It's going to be wild and crazy. But I'm making the educated guess on Johnson that not announcing the second interview, not requesting the second interview, I think that John's probably gotten a little bit of he's gotten downwind from an SBD, and that SBD's saying Johnson to Washington. And he doesn't like that he's got to smell it. But he ain't the one that dealt it, So you just got to, I think he's kind of just moved on to that point. Don't schedule the second interview just for theatrics. Schedule the second interview because he potentially will be willing to come here. That's my guess on it, though, Megan. It could be that they're just slow playing it. What's the rush? He's still in the playoffs. We could put it in tomorrow. It doesn't matter. But if you were hot to trot on the guy, you'd think you'd want him to know the sense of urgency you have to have him come back in the building. Whenever you're ready, we're here. When you're done, please just get over here. I know. Best luck to you guys. We hope you win the Super Bowl. We think you could win the Super Bowl with how good an offensive mind you are. But just when you're done, right? Like, as soon as that champagne's done flowing, you know what I mean? Soon as you wrap that sucker up, just come take that red eye. You think you'd be doing that. John says, got to keep the lights on, don't we? We do indeed, John. We do indeed. With these heating costs, with these electricity costs, my God. But thank you, Megan. Appreciate you. Jonathan Staley, thank you for the $2 donation. Brandon Staley as defensive coordinator. Thoughts? Yeah, I mean, it's. I think it potentially could make some sense. You've quasi started the transition to a Vic Fangio cover 2 shell defense anyway. You could just kind of complete the process with a Staley. So the personnel's kind of more lined up to be able to move in this direction if you want to do, Jonathan. And thing is if you are bringing in Dan Quinn, I don't think Dan Quinn's going to match up with Staley because they just run 2 really diametrically different defenses. So I think that would have to be with a different head coach coming in here. It'd have to be a Ben Johnson brings in Staley as his DC kind of thing. But yeah, Staley, I think, is a good defensive coordinator. The thing about this is that he didn't have a tremendous amount of time there with the Rams in doing it. He had a couple of years and then no real track record behind that. And then he was not able to get his defense up to snuff at all with the Chargers. It's another one of those guys where you go, man, I got very little data to go on. Whenever I got little data to go off of, I don't have much certainty to come down the line of it. I think he's a good DC, but he also had Aaron Donald and the Rams putting their pedal all the way down to the floor with every trade that they could find to deal out first-round picks to further buoy up that talent across the board. So was that then Staley's brilliance, or was that he had the biggest game-wrecking force in football at the height of his powers? I don't know. I don't know a bit on that one, Jonathan. I'm a bit in question, I guess I should say. Thank you, though. Appreciate it. And I'm not against it. You can definitely, the guys you got to run it, you got the outside linebackers to roll it. You've got some of the interior defensive linemen that could certainly, run it, though you've got to make the the defensive tackle and middle linebacker position would need to be addressed. But if you kept Love, can certainly play both safety spots. They probably have to do something there too. You'd have to do some personnel movements, but you've got some of it already there, a little bit. Noah Berman, thank you for the $5 donation. It says, Albert Breer had a great mailbag piece on our head coaching search today. Said that McDonald and Johnson are still in the running. It does seem like it's a good news for those folks that might be thinking that we're narrowing in on Dan Quinn and that is the certain place that this is going to arrive at. Maybe to give you a little bit of hope on this, maybe not being in that direction of it, is that to Albert Breer's point, Nick, as you're talking about, or we're hearing from Pelissaro today, they didn't really feel like there necessarily was those guys. They're getting asked kind of point blank, and I haven't read that mailbag piece. I'll try to look it up here in a second, Noah. But they didn't really seem. Usually these guys have a good instinct, right? Sometimes they've been told information, but they've told not to say it directly, but to kind of sub-say it. These guys, when they're being asked kind of point blank, where's Seattle at? What are they going to do? They're kind of hedging bets and, well, I think maybe they're doing this, but I don't think that there's really a this, right? Let me see if I can find the Albert Breer thing here real quick. Breer mailbag. Oh, it's on the Sports Illustrated site, for the love of God. We've just determined the Sports Illustrated is not working. Yeah, it's not an easy find. They bury it. They got all those pop-up ads, but I'm sure that's kind of what probably was the gist of what he was saying, and that's good to hear. McDonald and Johnson are great candidates, and both of them on either side of the ball are doing exactly what we would want to do on both sides of the ball if we could, ideally, but you'd like to at least one or the other do the pushing of the ball forward, getting the cutting edge of what you're doing to one side of the ball, being dominant into one area, especially with what your head coach can bring in solidifying that potential dominance to maybe even just one side of the ball and then work your way through onto the other side. But we'll see where it goes with that. That's good to hear. Johnson seems to get connected every other day. He's somewhere between being highly connected to the job with Washington and then, well, it's softening and they're looking at maybe some other candidates to right back to being connected and then softening back up. Hard to know. This coaching search has been an odd one versus other NFL years where it's been a little bit more easier to track where guys are going and things get really cleared really quick. This year it's been more of the slow roll and a new rumor for every day. But good to hear that Breer still thinks those two guys are in the running. That's encouraging. Seahawks, Brendan Nelson in the house. My man has been a member of the Hawks Nest for 28 months. That's almost 3 long years. Thank you for that, Mr. Brendan Nelson. I appreciate you for that, brother. And I'm looking forward to tomorrow, folks. We're going to be doing the mock draft 1.0. That's right. The first mock of what is going to be many mocks between both me and Brendan here throughout this offseason. No doubt about that. No doubt about that. Got to maximize that mock potential. So do tune in 7 o'clock Pacific Standard Time tomorrow as we will be doing that live mock draft, looking at some of these prospects here in this upcoming draft. Brendan says, all I'm saying is that offensive coordinator Chip Kelly would be amazing for content. He would be. He would be. And look, you're going to get a productive offense. They may be all broken by week 12 from the 1,500 snaps you have your offense run over the course of the game. But it's gonna be a track meet. You know what I mean? And I don't know. It could grow on me, Brendan. I've always thought of Chip, like bringing Chip in means that you're bringing in the head coaching experience with him. You're not just getting the OC Chip. You're getting, too much Chip. I need partial Chip. I don't want all the Chip. But an OC Chip, it could work. It's a strange connection from my perspective in Dan Quinn and him. You talk about the odd couple, What a strange pairing there, Brennan. What a strange pairing there. Maybe I shouldn't think of it that way, but yeah, the content's going to be awesome. Breaking down some of this offensive tape for you guys and showing you some of the fun concepts that Kelly runs. And, It certainly is. It'll be exciting. Whether it'll end up be good or productive or best for the team, we'll see on that. But it will be exciting, Brendan. You're right about that, man. King Bomber Belichick might go to Atlanta. I mean, that's cooling here a little bit over the last about day and a half. Slowick or Johnson be nice. King Bomber, they stated multiple points about how Slowick was more creative than Johnson in play calling and play design, which I completely agree with after I watched the game between the Ravens and Texans. Yeah, I mean, some of it's maybe a little bit too by necessity with Slowick because he just doesn't have as well the type of talent that Johnson has to not, not have to call upon as many moving parts. But yeah, I mean, I don't know. I've seen Johnson on do a lot of creative stuff on tape, especially with his willingness to really pull linemen back across the formation and kind of commit to creating that wall for a running back, and which just the potential for those big plays if you don't get your extra guy over there as far as a hat to get in there and make the tackle, or he's a little late to the play. But they're both really good. Both really good. But I think that's why Slowick sometimes has to call upon being a little bit more probably creative. But Johnson does some creative things too, just in maybe a little bit different ways. Nick Guzman, I'm having a great night, man. I hope you're having a good one too. It's good to see you in the house. Misfit says we'll finish interviewing after the playoffs and might sign by Ben Johnson. Was interviewing Slowick, so it's not a done deal. All right. Monsoon says Mike Vrabel still on the table. I hope so, Monsoon. Haven't talked to him yet, I don't think yet, but they said that they had intended to at one point or another. Addicted says, Brandon, not sure if this was asked. Since they are letting Andy Dickerson go, doesn't that tend to lead that John Schneider has someone in his sights? Figure the head coach will want a clean house. I think it's just an acknowledgement of that the new head coach is going to want his guys. He's not looking to inherit anybody. And as a general manager, you don't want to force any head coach to have to inherit anybody if that's not what he wants. So it's kind of more, I think, John just acknowledging this is where this tends to go as a process. Nick says, if Dan Quinn and Chip Kelly come here, part of me will die. Mr. Carroll, to you, I'd be fading Wags next year. He was cool this year, but asking him to put in the work in the offseason at 35 to get where he needs to be is a lot. Still want to keep him, but no, I get that. There's definitely, I think, got to be, you bring a 35-year-old linebacker back onto the building, there's always got to be some concern with that. And I think if you bring him in here, you got to commit to at times having him into more of a role at times on this team and where he plays. I don't know if he would be as open to that. I think the thing that opens the door up for Wag to come back is he loves to be here. He wants to stay and play here. You know that. He took a discounted deal last year, so he's not a guy that's going to command a high market value to come back. You need to find both middle linebacker positions, or if it's a 4-3 defense, you need your Mike and your Will. So you're going to need two middle linebackers. You're going to kind of need two middle linebackers as it is. To have just one guy in-house who's steady Eddie may draw a little bit of more of a possibility of Bobby then coming back at that point. But I do get the hesitancies there. I think that those were valid concerns, Carol. Kyle says, I'm liking Vrabel more and more every day. Me as well, man. He's grown on me. DJ says, Mike Holmgren from one last ride. Could you imagine? I'm just coming back for 2 years. J-Rock, Chargers coach, and Harbaugh is coaching the Chargers. Yes, sir. Josie, haven't heard Eric Bieniemy's name mentioned for any of the open head coaching jobs. Nope. Not getting any look there. I think while he did a serviceable job with Washington, And I don't think that there was going to be any offensive coordinator that went in there and did a remarkable job in what they did, but that he did a serviceable job in Washington. I just don't think that it's enough to impress people to bring them over the other side if they weren't already brought over before, right? Like if his work up into that point wasn't enough to make you say he's deserving of a head coach, then last year's work won't move your needle probably one way or the other from wherever you may stand. But probably still OC somewhere. Can always probably go back to KC if push comes to shove. Tommy says, hear me out. They hired Dan Quinn, Chip, and bring in Tom Cable and Mike Tomsula. It's like the Expendables in Seattle. As a Wall, if Dan Quinn is the next head coach, he will be fired in 3 years for failure, along with JS. Possible. About how long coaches get now to sink or swim. Mr. Odd Dude, Mike has beaten all of the Shanahan's peeps, including the Niners. Let's go. Addicted says, but do the good OC candidates have a pool of assistants to draw from to fill out the staff? Well, I think that's going to be the key with any of the bright, young, up-and-coming minds you're looking at, be it Ben Johnson, Mike McDonald, Bobby Slowick. All of these guys, you don't know if they're really going to be able to put a really good staff together. They're very young guys. They haven't had a lot of time in the league necessarily to develop those connections. So that's a big question mark with all of them, for sure. Brian says, I think Slowick stays to continue what he started with Stroud. If I was Slowick, I would consider it. Because, I mean, you do what you do this year. Maybe you'll go get one head coaching offer out there where you got to go take a job with not necessarily an advantageous situation. You wait another year and do what Ben Johnson did, is put a second year on the books of this kind of production. And now you get more of your pick of the litter going into next offseason. And on top of, I think, is a guy that probably could use another year of development as an offensive coordinator. And I think that would be good for him as well and coming along to his head coaching position. So I think it'd be smart for him to do that. Misfit, we interviewed Ben Johnson one time. Next will be after the playoffs. That's true. DJ says, or pull Brendan Carroll from UW. John, if John tries to bring in Quinn and Chip, that is a great combo name right there. Quinn and Chip, a new Seattle era of Seahawk football. Then Jody needs to say no and fire him. John M429, thank you for the $5 donation. I really appreciate you, John. Says, really liked the Vrabel video. I'm still liking the combo of him and Arthur Smith idea, assuming we don't have a shot at Ben Johnson or McDonald. I really like it as well. Ben Johnson's my number one. Vrabel's number two. Number three is McDonald for me. That's kind of my pecking order still right now as we stand, John. And Vrabel, as I was saying a little bit earlier on this and doing the research for the video that I put together, he's grown on me more and more and looking at what he did there with Tennessee, looking and hearing from players that talk about his coaching process, because there is that on the surface of it. Well, you're getting the prickly Belichick stuff. You're getting the, psychological warfare, beat you down attitude. I'm going to break you so then I can remake you. That's not really necessarily Vrabel. Yes, has he learned some stuff from Belichick and has he applied some of the principles of Belichick to his coaching? Yes, but he doesn't go completely over the top with it. And I do think that he brings in Arthur Smith with him as the combination. I think Arthur does have, I've heard a couple of offensive coordinator job offers out there in the NFL right now. I don't think he's going to have a better landing potential spot than right here with this talent, especially if it's with a guy like Vrabel that he has worked with before. But he really grew on me, and I'm glad you did like the video. It was a lot of fun to put it together. He's a colorful personality, and he'd be a damn good coach here. He really would. And he would, if you talk about where we're bleeding, if you're talking about those arteries, pumping that blood out, and you want to bring in the right specific surgeon that can suture these wounds, discipline, right? Instilling toughness, understanding and care for the trenches, and the need to not get your ass whooped on both sides of the line of scrimmage on every given week. These are the things that Mike Vrabel brings to the stage, undoubtedly. There are question marks in his coaching degree and what he brings, but those are not it. Those are the parts that you know what you're going to get with him. And to know that he has a smart mind and Arthur Smith over there that he can bring to where I know he's not going to be one of those defensive coaches who can't have an offensive-minded guy to get success. Think about this. His first hire there with Tennessee. Matt LaFleur, the defensive-minded head coach, hires the right guy with his first hire out the gate who goes on to be a head coach and a good one at that, and then brings Arthur Smith in next. He goes in to be a good head coach after that. If you've got a limiting defensive mind or the archetype defensive-minded head coach who limits his offense, he doesn't get that kind of production from he doesn't see those promotions happen from his staff. And I think that whether it's Arthur Smith or it's another offensive mind in this league that he knows to go tap, he's got an ability, to me, that shows as a track record of picking a good offensive-minded head coach. But thank you, John. I appreciate you for that donation. And Vrabel's warming up to me more and more. More and more. James Stradley, clock is ticking on the search for a coach. The Hawks have until February 16th to figure out what they're doing with Geno. Yeah, at that time's counting down quickly here. I think John's intention is whoever the new coach comes in, that they're inheriting Geno. So I don't think that and I think it's pretty easy for John State to say, look, whether you want to go with Geno or not in the future, you're going to have to kind of put that one to bed. We're not going to eat the $18 million of dead money to move off of Geno this offseason. We will commit to going and drafting a quarterback and getting your guy of the future this offseason. So you have kind of the steady guy here as you get your young guy ready to go. And I don't think any coach would have a hard time with that because still Seattle is showing a commitment then to drafting their guy if they don't want Geno. Misfit says Slowick interviewing in Washington, so Johnson there isn't a done deal by any means. Good to hear. Great news. You guys always got some great tidbits in here I hadn't seen. El Gundy, why does everyone say Dan Quinn is a bad choice when he has more Super Bowl appearances than Carroll? More Super Bowl appearances than Carroll? So Carroll's got 2. Wasn't Dan gone by the second one? Was Dan here for both of ours? Maybe he was. I guess he does. I think that it's because people look at it as more of just Super Bowl appearances and what determines what will be a good hire or not, as far as your past record goes. It's more about the particulars of what you're bringing to the table, and I think people just feel like we're getting more of the same with Dan Quinn coming. Green Bay says only good thing about Dan Quinn would be the upcoming 3-14 season, meaning a top draft pick. I don't know, man. I think you'd get to more of a middling state, at least with him. I don't know if he can take you up to the greatness mark, Green Bay, but it might be the not good thing where you're just more in that middle zone. Predicted Hawks, Eskridge is staying, and they're bringing back Collier and Pros. Asimwal, I think most people are in the same spot you are with Quinn. Josie, wouldn't surprise me if Geno is traded to the Bears for Fields, reunites with Waldron, and Bears take quarterback at number 1. It's possible, Joe. It certainly is possible. The one thing with that is that then you're facing a little bit down the barrel of having to, give Fields then that contract extension very quickly. And John, I think, felt pretty restricted with that Wilson contract through the years. Is he in a rush to get back into that kind of contract again? Because he comes in here and has the success, which he probably will, Joe, with the offensive talent he has around him here this year. He's then going to want to be paid $55 million a year. Does Seattle hit that mark? Does they want to get into that sort of dance? But I like it, Joe. That's a creative trade. Yeah, it's always great to see Brennan in the house. Looking forward to our mock tomorrow, Brennan. Been looking over some prospects. Was diving through a little tape last night before bed. No DCS. Dan Quinn made it to the Super Bowl, but he had Shanahan on his staff. True. Was he 24-29 record without Shanny? Megan, you have a good night. Talk to you soon. Probably be on playing later on Twitch. Kyle O says Fields gets too much hate. He never really got good coaching. Yeah, he gets kind of beat on a bit, and it's not as much his fault. But I think the coaching's a Kyle. I'd also think the supporting cast is a bit of it as well. Bit of a combination there. But I don't have the reticence to do the trade because I don't like Fields. It's more of just that he is through year 3. He's heading into year 4. You're going to have to pay him now, and that's where I think when you start to pay those quarterbacks 15 to 20-ish% of your cap, I think it starts to really make it hard to build up an elite team. Jaylon Devontae, what do you think about Joe Milton lag in the draft? I think a 4th or 5th round pick on Milton would be okay. Processing on the field sometimes a little rough. He didn't have a lot of starting experience there at Tennessee, so that could come along with a little bit more time. He's got a big, strong arm. He can move a little bit. One of the strongest arms in the draft, of course. But he's got a lot of work to do, I think, to be ready to be a pro quarterback. But, size good, arm strength good, just enough mobility. He's not uber mobile guy by any means, but maybe just enough to get you there. But it was a bit of an up and down year for him, Jaylon. It wasn't kind of like Hendon Hooker with Tennessee the previous year and what he pulled off before he went down to the injury. It was a little bit more of the fluctuation there with Milton. He really probably could have benefited from having that extra year in college. I'm not sure about his final form. Mr. Rod, Stroud as a rookie makes Geno look like crap. Same with Love. I don't know if he makes him look like crap. I think just Stroud's a really good player. Big Zox. Brandon, can't wait to see some B&B mocks like my account name. I have already been feeding my addiction to mock simulators. So much fun. I love the simulators. I love doing mock drafts. I think that it is a benefit, especially as you wind down. And I think PFF does a good job of keeping their rankings updated. And so you do get a pretty good close proximity to what's going to play out. And they're getting better with it every year with these. But they're always fun. Accurate or not, they're always fun. You got to acknowledge that part of it. Phoebe Moore Seahawks, thank you for being a member of the Hawks Nest for 4 months. Says, would you say Mahomes is the best quarterback, but Lamar is the most scariest due to his run pass ability? And Geno Smith is a top 15 quarterback, even top 10 right now with the right OC? Yeah, great all the way across the board. I'd be in full agreement with what you said. I do think that Patrick Mahomes is the best quarterback in the sport. I think, as you say, Lamar is probably the most scariest to deal with. They're very close to each other in what they do and bring as far as their bottom line and how dangerous they are. But I think Mahomes just is the best. He just is to me. He didn't have the most to work with this year. It wasn't the same as it's been in the past, and he still finds a way to get it done. Lamar and what he's turned into as a passer has been awesome. He's taken his game to another level. Yeah, I have Geno probably top 10-ish. He's right there at that spot. And I think I'm pretty firmly saying he's a top 10 guy in my opinion. When I look at having the 28th right around there, I mean, that's where PFF had the marks on him, but right around 28th best pass protection unit. a limited offense, a coach that doesn't want you to throw to the middle of the field, a defense that lives on the football field, a running game that's struggles to find any footing whatsoever, and still he's out there making it happen. I like you say, give him the right OC, give him an offensive line, give him an offensive attack that actually is willing to throw in the middle of the football field, give him a running game that has some kind of consistency, and you will see Geno rise even further up more and more. So I put him in that Mark Feed Me, I do. Thank you, though, man, for your long-time support. I think, Alex Aceto, do you think Seattle should sign Drew Lock for another year or two? And should Seattle start him and then draft a quarterback? Thoughts? Geno's contract was really cheap this last year. It had a $10 million hit on the cap, which is why you could afford to then spend $4 or $5 million on Drew Lock as a backup. Geno's contract goes up this next year. You're not going to be able to afford $5, $6, $7, $8 million for a backup. I think the intention here, Alex, is to let Drew Lock walk and to sign a backup, not sign a backup quarterback, but to draft a quarterback, a young guy, to be the backup then to Geno. That will be the intention, I think. And you can't, I don't see them going with Drew Lock and releasing Geno because there's still the dead money hit that you have to sustain to do that. Geno's going to cost you like $18 million of dead money out the door. So it's not like you're just getting Drew on a $5 million deal and that's the only cost. It would actually end up being like quadruple that. Cool Breeze lived in Eugene during Chip's Ducks days. It was pretty fun. Not going to lie. That's what I'm saying. I know it would be fun. It might be sometimes hella frustrating and we might be like, what? Do they have to go a million miles an hour all the time? But it would be fun. It would be fun. Tommy says, what about Patrick Graham and Chip though? Is that equally as weird? A little, because Graham's defenses are going to tend to, number one, give up a lot of production. But number two, I would think that with Chip Kelly, what you would want is you would want a offense built up really well with a lot of different supporting parts. So it's not just leaning on one guy to shoulder the burden. But then defensively, I think you're going to want more of the feast or famine defense. You don't want, to me, the bend or break, let them bleed us slow kind of defenses, because already with the offense sometimes running hurry up on 3 and outs and putting your defense on that football field a lot more often than they normally would be, you've already got to be kind of somewhat aware of that. If you already then have a defense on top of that that has a tendency to play more snaps than your average defense on a field, then you could end up with a defense at the end of the year that's playing cumulatively 2 or 3 more games than the rest of the competition. And I'm not lying about that. As far as cumulative snaps go, I mean, your Seahawks team this year basically played like a game and a half extra on the defensive side of the ball in the number of snaps that they ran out there versus, say, a team like the Niners. So it could work. It could be fun. Graham would be, I think, a little bit. Graham doesn't really want to blitz. He's going to sit back in coverage. So he's taking away the deep ball. It's a little bit more of that. I'm going to try to, make you earn it kind of approach. So whether it be Graham or Quinn on that one, to me, Tommy, you're kind of in the same boat there. Nick Guzman says, imagine Ben Johnson as head coach. We trade down in the first to the end of it to get a second. We draft Sanders out of Texas. Tavian Sanders, good player, tight end. Very athletic kid. Possible. I'd be cool with it. He's a second round guy. Robert Box says, I've been a fan since 1976. Suffered through years and years of heartache. Pete and Russ brought the one thing that no one else could for the team. I will forever be grateful to them and the rest of the guys. It is I think it is the nice part for me that we get to land at this spot, Robert. I think with both Russell and Pete, from my perspective on it. I do this channel where I got to analyze the team and where they're at, and that includes head coaches and quarterbacks. And so the Wilson and Carroll at the end was kind of a tough thing to get through because it was a lot of painful, hard truths at the end. But as we get through that end part and we now start to steer to the new, I think we can better appreciate and, as you say, more of that forever grateful aspect of things comes more to the forefront in our view of them. And that there's less now having to be about, man, this old defense is so tired, or man, why can't Russell Wilson play on script? And now it's just, man, these are the guys that brought us the championship. They brought us the chip here in this city. And you just appreciate for them on that now, kind of just purely, and it doesn't have to be, yeah, but entered into it, as it kind of had to have been here in recent years at times. But absolutely, man, like you, I didn't quite come as far as back as 76, but not far off that. It's great that we do have that championship trophy, that we are able to get to that mountaintop and raise it, even just but once. DJ wants Fant back too. That'd be cool. Potentially. Jeremiah Trotter, he's a good player. And yeah, Robert, I would say I would hold it up against that point where I can't quite go as far as you're going, where you say Pete should be able to coach as long as he wanted. I think that the team gave him a very long period of time there to go along and re-find his footing a couple of times over, and he just wasn't able to do it. And I just think, as much as I think you can do two things at the same time with a Robert, where I think you can appreciate what he did 10 years ago and getting you and winning you a Super Bowl, and at the same point in time saying you're at a place right now where you're not going to get us back there where it stands right now. You just don't have it in your you just aren't quite that same spot to be able to pull this off in the same way. The game's moved in a different direction. You've not necessarily moved with it. There's a lot of reasons built within this, Robert, with it. It's not a simple thing. Definitely not. It's a complicated deal, but I think that would have been I think that's not the right track to ever take it as an organization, is that somebody just gets a blank check to decide to go when they want to go. That doesn't necessarily make you your most competitive at that point. Do I think the Chargers will be better? Yes. That's why I loved Harbaugh as a coach. He was the best coach out there. You knew what you were going to get with him. He will turn that Chargers team into a winning organization. Undoubtedly. Nick Boozman, B, I saw more of Junior Colson thanks to you. I'm absolutely sold. Him and Cooper are now my 1A and 1B. Well, Nick, great minds must think alike, because that's where I find myself with my current chart as well. I've got Colson as a sub first round player, and then I have Cooper as my number 2, and he's a high second round guy, but he is right on the heels. It's like, Colson's 25 up on the first round chart. Cooper would be inside the first 7-8 picks in the second round. So we see it exactly the same right there as far as the two middle linebackers on our 1-2 list. Both really good players, great size, rugged as hell, complete football players. Both of them are very, 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 very solid picks if we go with either one of them. But glad to hear we're on the same page on those. D-Nugget says we should have let Pete go until he was ready, but cut a deal that when he was ready to leave, let us know in the beginning of the season, so we had to find someone good. That would have been an interesting approach. Addicted, if we hire a great OC as a defensive coordinator, who is going to get hired to make our lousy defense better? Well, that's the question at hand, especially when it comes to Slowick or Johnson, some of these guys that are young, coordinators that don't have the track record of a bunch of people in this league that they know that they can call upon for the job. So there may be a bit of that where they've got to lean on John Schneider and some of his contacts. Hard to see how that plays out exactly. King, I like Staley personally. I'm open to Staley. Sounds like Tomlin's still staying in Pittsburgh here, Philemon. Though he doesn't seem rooted there, to your point. DJ Jimenez says, what if Pete is talking about the organization behind our backs, which makes coaches turn the other cheek? I don't think that's happening. Stephen Grahn, Vrabel had those Titans playing hard for him. Boy, did he ever, Stephen. One thing, it's really hard to connect with these players in this modern era. It's, I think, harder than it's almost ever been in football to get these guys bought in. And you have to have a certain kind of style of messaging to get through to them. And Vrabel has kind of got that right balance that he strikes with it. Maybe it's the fact that he played in the game for 14 years and he has a championship background to where he speaks and kind of force you to listen with that, He knows what he's talking about. But I like him quite a bit too. Nick says, I will say this, Chip Kelly with K9 and Charbonnet would be absolutely hilarious. It would be funny. You talk about an embarrassment of riches for Chip to walk into on what he gets to work with. He's going to get to go crazy. You're going to have Chip. He's a kid in a candy store. He'll be a kid in a candy store. In fact, I will literally be doing a thumbnail with Chip Kelly as a kid in a candy store, like Chip Kelly's face on a little kid's head, jollily skipping through a candy store. And it'll have like Metcalf and Jackson Smith, candies on the wall, and he's going to be in hog heaven. Copperwise, jobs are starting to disappear. If Vrabel or Quinn are left without a seat, they could be tagged as defensive court candidates. If they want to coach, they may have to take a lower job for a year. Well, remember, Copperwise, Quinn's still under contract with the Cowboys. So he can always go back there with his tail between his legs and still remain as a DC. I think with Vrabel, even if he has to take a year, I think he can just as much as maybe take a year off and come back in another year and be ready to roll. I don't know if he'd be pushed as much to take a DC position. Maybe he would. I mean, he loves to coach, so it's possible. Rogers Green, we have not interviewed Mike Vrabel yet. Robert says Pete had a few more years of coaching left. A better chance with him to back to the Super Bowl. Now back to 30 years of coaching and armchair quarterbacks. Robert, you're not alone in folks that have made this proclamation. I find it interesting that with your track record and being so certain that that's the way it's going to go, you have a track record of understanding. We had a guy here, Mike Holmgren, who was here just a couple of years prior to Coach Carroll. As I've said for the folks that are in your stance of this, and I respect where you're coming from completely, but please just understand where I'm coming from. I always look for consistency and thought with folks and what they're thinking from. I think this way about that, and that's just how I consistently think about things when it comes to this. And so if you think about a guy in Coach Carroll who should have his own blank check, like you said above, who he should write his own blank check for when he decides he gets to leave, well, then you should have been applying that from a principled standpoint to Mike Holmgren. Because you talk about those dark ages and dark nights and the decades of hell. Mike Holmgren got you to a Super Bowl. You should have won it. The officials ripped it away from you. They straight ripped the game away from you. So shouldn't he have earned the blank check? And then we get into the paradox. Because if Mike Holmgren had earned that blank check, Robert, you never get to Coach Carroll, who gets you to and wins a Super Bowl. So this is the problem where if we apply the principled thinking to Coach Carroll should have had a blank check, then Mike Holmgren should have had a blank check. Mike Holmgren didn't have 10 years since his Super Bowl appearance when you let him go. He had 3. 3 years. He got you to a Super Bowl, and 3 years later you said, Mike, you're out of here. We want to go with Mora. So I can't subscribe to that myself on that. And the thought process that Carroll was a better chance to get you the Super Bowl than anybody else, we don't know who they're going to pick, Robert, and to think that he's the only guy in this nation that can get a Seattle team to the Super Bowl is just, I think that's kind of silly a little bit, and that feels a little bit more emotionally what you feel rather than what reality of it really is. There are plenty of guys that get you back to a Super Bowl. The proof of Carroll getting you back to the Super Bowl, you're 1-5 in the playoffs in the last 8 years. There's very little proof. The team's not trending in the right direction, especially on the defensive side of the ball, that he's going to get you anywhere close to there. But I think this is also why, Robert, the change was being made, is that this is where this was kind of trending towards. Tommy, I also think it might be selling Vrabel short to say he's a defensive head coach just because he played linebacker. He was devastated when he lost A.J. Brown. In fact, it might have been the last straw. Very well could have been. Yeah, that one. That's why I included in that video that I cut this morning on Vrabel. I showed that little clip of him just shaking his head, and you can just see the disgust. He knows he's got a camera on him, but he's just disgusted. Yeah, I don't know if he would go to just being a defensive coordinator again. I think he could just as much as sort of do the Doug Peterson, I'll sit it out a year and come back and get a job next year kind of thing. Boy, hand grenade, I got a dark horse for you, Matt Nagy. Just hear me out. He brought Mitch Trubisky to the playoffs. Now, I don't know what his win-loss record is, but you bring Mitch Trubisky to the playoffs, you're doing something right. I guess there is that. I don't know where Nagy's at right now. I dig the Hawks. I know Quinn had a good and bad times at Atlanta, but didn't he hire quality OCs who choked in the Super Bowl? Also, did he hire Sarkisian or pass on him? He did hire Kyle Shanahan, which was a great hire at OC. And after Shanahan got hired as a head coach, he hired Steve Sarkisian, which was, of course, I think a great hire for OC too, as Sarkisian still is on the rise as a head coach out there at Texas. So he's got a pretty good track record of hiring him. Dirk Cutter was the next one. That one was kind of a, but 2 out of 3 ain't bad. Nick Guzman, Ben Johnson made St. Brown a top 15 receiver. I get excited imagining what he would do with scheme up DK and JSN. Yeah, it's you give me like, okay, we've got you already in Amon St. Brown, and then we've got you this DK Metcalf. You've never had one of those. No, I've never had one of those before. Yeah, they're awesome. And we got still Tyler here. There's a Jake Bobo over there. Yeah, like you got him. You're giving him a little bit to work with. I think he'd be pretty stoked about it. Rogers Green says Vrabel is the answer here. I love it. Let's go. King Bomber, what are the odds that your quarterback and your offense will be able to perform the same level they did with the first set of offensive staff? The odds your quarterback. Well, it's hard. It is hard to do. A guy like Vrabel was able to do it when he went from LaFleur to Arthur Smith, but I'll grant you, it's not an easy thing. I think it works on the flip side though too as well, where it's, you get a defensive coordinator does well, then he's taken. Now you got to get another DC in there, and is that DC as good as the last one? And is he, I think this is a bit of the game that you have to play in the NFL in general. I don't know if you can make hiring decisions based upon the worry of a guy maybe be getting plucked from you if you have great success. Yeah, I think you just have to kind of take that burden with the success. Nicholas says, who's it going to be, Brandon? Man, I don't know yet. I don't think there's a front runner right now. I don't. I think the team's taking their time. Odysseus says, the Bears have the first overall pick. I don't think they need Geno. Yeah, I agree. I think someone said more like we would offload Geno and his contract and bring in Fields and give them a pick on top of it. And then we got a lot of great discussion, as always, here in the chat. Just want to make sure if you guys do have any questions for me or whatever, just put, of course, HawksNest, Brandon. Then I know you guys are necessarily referring to me on it. We got some good internal debates and discussions, as always, percolating. Woo, John Stillwell coming to the house, gifting out some memberships. Thank you so much, John. John dropping 10 memberships in the chat. So Tommy Eden, Rogers Green, fan since 92. King Bomber, Nubalax, Eli Montoya, Koteg, Evo Martzall, Isaac 503, Robert Ziegeldorf. Have a great day. You all have been gifted so very kindly by John Stillwell, a membership here to the Hawks Nest. So do keep an eye out on your community post. I will be doing a show tomorrow at 5 o'clock Pacific Standard Time in regards to the members of the channel. So keep an eye out on that. John, thank you for gifting out all of those memberships. And folks, we'll be doing a lot of membership-only videos here throughout this off-season. So if you're looking for some extra Hawks Next content, extra live stream shows, a little bit more of the personal experiences. We don't get as many of those folks. I know we get 3, sometimes 400 people in the live stream here, so it's hard to sometimes have the interactions as much quickly back and forth. But able to get a little bit more of those going on the members-only stream. So do join us over there. If you're on the member stream tomorrow, look out for those links. I'll be sending those out tonight on the patrons and members side of the channel. But thank you, John, for all of those donations. Really, really, really appreciate you for kindly doing that. I want to keep pushing the member program up more and more as we go along. John's going to be everyone's hero tonight. Appreciate you, John. Fleece the Max says Ben Johnson needs to come to the Seahawks. Yes, sir. Truffles, what do I play on Twitch? Truffles, I'll do Fortnite. We'll be doing some COD, a little bit of Civilization 6, waiting for the new one of that one to come out soon. Kind of going to start mixing up a little bit, but I've been doing some Fort on there lately, Truffles. But I'm going to be streaming a lot more over on that side of it. We're just getting up over the marks over on that side, and that's going to be a little bit more of an alternate content spot for me in the future on Twitch. We'll be doing Seahawks stuff over there, but I'll be doing some video game stuff, but it'll be more of a smorgasbord of maybe some other different expanding kind of content that just goes a little bit outside of the Hawks coverage of stuff. You know what I mean? Jeremy Bohm, all the rules that go against the defense makes the game boring to me. I get it, man. It's driven me crazy at times as well. It does get old. John Stillwell says, it's my pleasure to ever get everyone to membership. John, thank you for that, doing that so very much. And folks, yes, please do keep an eye out. Look at your community posts. You'll even be able to see out some of the previous live stream shows we've done for members recently. So, John, thank you so much for doing that. So very kind of you. Let's go. I've been watching from the shadows, says John. DJ Jimenez says, if Chip Kelly comes back, so does KNJ. Connect the dots. Oh, Ken Norton Jr. That's right. Ken Norton's out there. Was he the DC or the linebackers coach out there at UCLA? Nodicius, Harbaugh's won wherever he's coached. Yes, he has. Or why I liked him is I think it's hard to get a sure thing as far as a coaching hire. I think Harbaugh got you to just about as close of that as a possibility. Moon Lambo, Bill Belichick could turn this team in the right direction. Could you imagine, like, the city of Seattle's internet would break if Bill Belichick was announced as the head coach? Just the whole region's bandwidth would blow. Maybe you might be right. Might be right. Greg Kemp asks, Brandon, is Nate Wiggins my cornerback number one? No. I like Nate Wiggins. I've got a second round grade on Nate Wiggins. Nate Wiggins is currently my fourth corner. But I also mark Cooper DeJean Gregg as a corner based on the last year of his experience in college, and that's where they placed him. That's where he's at his best. So I've got Kool-Aid McKinstry and Cooper DeJean as first round grades, not blue chips, but first round grades. And then I have Terry and Arnold, Alabama corner, ahead of him. And then I've got Wiggins and Arian, and Arnold might be a guy who eventually gets into the first round for me. I've got him right on the cusp, and Wiggins is right behind him. But both of those guys are currently at a second round grade. SW Lyon, we're going to miss Harbaugh in Ann Arbor, but he had nothing left to prove at that college level, and he wants to win a Super Bowl. Excuse me. Yeah, he's kind of, as I've said a lot of times, he's in that same place Carroll was. You know, where coached once before at the NFL level, went to college, got the greatest success in college. Now come back as you're heading into your 60s, your last kind of coaching run, and go get yourself your Super Bowl. You know, get your final kind of cherry on the top of a great coaching career at that point. And that thing seems to be the direction that he's going to try to head here. And it'll be fun to watch him give it a try. John says, Brandon, has the possible retirement of Reed been considered yet? It will affect our coaching search. Very much could, John. And a great point. I haven't talked about it a bit. I've thought a little bit about it. Because it could come into play here as we do remain with the job open, John. If it becomes open, then that does change things around. I think, for instance, you have, I've heard connections where if Reed was to retire, that Vrabel would be a prime candidate there to go back over to Kansas City. That he's got that history there. He's respected there. They like him there quite a bit. That might, because initially, John, you might think, well, if it's a Reed retirement, then Casey's going to go with a Reed acolyte. I mean, wouldn't they reach out to an Eric Bieniemy or one of those coaches out there that's available? Certainly, it's going to be a job, John, that's going to be instantly the most attractive job of anyone out there, because you are inheriting Patrick Mahomes heading into his prime or in the middle of his prime. You go, what's not to like? Where do I sign up? But I've heard Vrabel being the main one that would be affecting us with that if he did go that way. You might think, I guess, maybe that a guy like Ben Johnson might be kind of like, I could have Mahomes and be a head coach. I mean, it's sort of a job set up for success a little bit. So it would affect it. And especially if you just want to talk in general terms here, John, the job as it stands right now, in my opinion, here in Seattle is the most attractive position of any of the ones available. Carolina's got Tepper. Atlanta's a nice job too with an owner there, but that owner might be kind of chomping at the bit and 83 years old and trying to get you a little bit quicker to a winner rather than taking his time on stuff. That's still an okay job place too. Don't get me wrong. That's going to appeal to a lot of people, but I think we're right down the best with KC opening up. That would probably overtake us with having the access to Mahomes, which means you're one less of the prime candidate down maybe at that point, John. But Vrabel would be the main impact one. He played, I think, 4 years at the end of his career in Kansas City, so they've got some familiarity there with him. Great point. Brian Douglas, Eric Bieniemy is a tested offensive veteran under a great leader in Andy Reid. Why is he not being considered in Seattle? There's been some issues from a background perspective that I've heard about with Eric Bieniemy. Just maybe some stuff that's not necessarily football related that makes it harder. He just doesn't get much of a sniff out there from a national perspective. And that's where it was coming into this past year, Brian, right? Where really nobody was seemingly all that super interested in bringing him in as a head coach. That's just where seemingly all 32 NFL teams were standing. Then he came to Washington this past year and he got that offense playing around the 20s, 22nd in yards, 24th in points, something like that. So he's not done anything this past year to move the needle. That's not going to make just because you were a coordinator for a year doesn't mean it was a good year of you coordinating. Now it's not his fault because he doesn't have a good quarterback there and that offense is okay as far as from a talent perspective, but it's not going to move the needle into another direction at that point where, now he finally showed people, right? Like, everybody had this question mark with him out of Kansas City. Is it Reed? Is it Mahomes? How much of it is really him? Well, now he gets a chance to really show his big part of it, and he takes him to 22, 24th. It's just not enough to move it over the top. But I don't have this certain reason for you on it. That's just kind of what I've heard as far as the rumors as to why he's not looked at closer. Stephen Gahn, so we're all pulling for the Lions, right? Yes. Yes. John, if we're going to go with a assistant, put me down for Johnson being the guy. Yeah, he'd be my top assistant hire too, John. I think he's got enough of the background, track record of success, maximizing offensive talent, running a modernized offense, bright young mind, offensive-minded head coach. There's a lot of those checking of the boxes with him, John. Just check, 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 check. He's a really, really good candidate for this position. Tan fam, Seahawks do a 360 and rehire Pete Carroll. That'd be pretty insane. They might do that anyway, though, and just hire Dan Quinn. Moon Lambo, beef up the defense because then the offense will learn to play tougher and not lose 38-3 against the 49ers and Ravens. Pathetic offense. DJ Jimenez, if Dan Quinn's hired, he brings back Solari and Shoddy. Probably true. Probably true. Tommy says, I don't know about the Chip Kelly thing. He just signed a 2-year extension that goes through 2027. College contracts don't affect pro contracts, Tommy. So no matter what you've signed at the college level, you can go to the pro level like a free agent at any time. Anytime. And those contracts in college, of course, are sometimes given out to those coaches far into advance to make the coaches happy, yes, but also to signal to recruits that the coach isn't going anywhere. John Stillwell says, lots of smoke saying we have an interview with Vrabel lined up. Head coaches rarely get that involved in the X's and O's as they have to oversee the whole operation. It's true there, John. And I think that's also the ideal is it not too as well? Where, the coaches that do end up taking on that extra stuff, you end up kind of going, man, I wish you weren't though. I wish you didn't. I wish there was a little bit more of a willingness on this to just be the overseer, because there's enough to be done, especially in this analytic age, John, where you've got to weigh these decisions on percentage bases, and there's enough for you to do just to be a coach. Have your coordinators there and lean on them to do the job and do it well. Crypto Bits, Josh Jacobs or Derrick Henry, and this offense becomes solid. Boy, I don't know what the two young backs you already have. There's only so many carries. Greg says, and John, I hope you're right about the Vrabel being lined up. John might be giving us a little bit of tidbit there, folks. Greg B, do you think Seattle has talked to Vrabel and kept it hush-hush? Yes, I think they have talked to Vrabel. I think they are interested in Vrabel. I think Seattle in general has kept their whole process throughout this, Greg, really for the most part, hush-hush. You've had a little bit of releases about the second interviews, but as you hear, the key point on this is these inside reporters who have these connections out there, they hear something usually. And when you hear so many of these reporters hedging their bets or just kind of telling you what they generally feel, but then they're also saying, yeah, but I don't really know. Listen to Tom Pelissero talk about it today. When they ask him bottom line, where is it at? Where's this thing out with the Seahawks coaching search? And he just goes, I don't think they got a guy right now. I think he's being honest with you. Where, I think they're truly kind of slow rolling the process. And while there is a worry here that they just sort of had locked in on Quinn early in this process and the whole rest of this is just, for theatrics, but it very well could be not theatrics. They're just being so very thorough, but if you are being thorough, then there's no way that you can eventually go around to the path of at least sitting down with Vrabel to see what his vision would be if he came here and what direction he would take the team. So I think so, Greg, but some of this is just the cloak and dagger nature of this search. John Stillwell says, Quinn has a track record, and it's a losing one. Certainly is without Shanahan there. And you do wonder, I wonder especially there where it's like, well, that was a team that got to the Super Bowl on the back of a quarterback with an MVP performance. Not on the back of necessarily some dominant defense that was making it happen. And that's the thing you come back to then with Quinn with it. You go, I don't know. And that Cowboys team he went to there, John, they had a lot of defensive talent they stacked up over there on that side of the ball for him. It wasn't like it was, paper thin there where he arrived over there with it. Yeah, the Quinn thing to me, the more and more we've gone through this process, John, I was already at the start lukewarm. There might be a few ice cubes in that dish right now, I already feel it just kind of. It would just be such a boring hire, wouldn't it? So just blah. Stephen Ground says, I agree. Vrabel's my choice too. He's good. He's really good. Toughness, discipline, getting players to play hard, connecting with players in this modern era. Very good all the way around at doing that. Nicholas Newton, thank you for the $2 donation. Sorry, a little slow there, acknowledging it. Says, who do you want, Brandon? Harbaugh going to the Chargers. I'm Ben Johnson or Mike Vrabel. I'll take kind of either or guy at this point. I'll put Ben Johnson as my number one now. He slides into the number one spot. Knock Harbaugh off the list. Bump Vrabel up right behind him as my true blue number two. And both those guys would be neck and neck for me where I could kind of go either way. It's sort of, surf or ski. But I like both of those two guys kind of for separate reasons. Vrabel's really getting hotter and hotter with me through the time and thinking about this with him. And just, again, I just did that video here that, Nicholas this last day and last couple of days and doing the deep dive on him and looking at the job he did with Tennessee, looking at the team he inherited, looking at the way that roster turned over through the years there as he was having its success. And I get more and more into a position of feeling like he did a really good job there. He wasn't even being fired really for a bad job. He was being fired because he was holding the feet of the fire of the front office. He's holding the front office's feet to the fire on what was unmitigated, piss poor choices in the draft and they're just overall functioning of the cap. I mean, from end to end, you look at that team and what they put together the past couple of years, and it's like, I mean, you go heavily injured roster, but it doesn't help when you have a heavily injured roster when you're picking heavily injured players coming out of college. Caleb Farley supposedly had a nightmare he was spinal. Had a spinal issue coming out of Virginia Tech, and you still made him, I think, a second-round pick. But Harbaugh going to Chargers, good fit for him. That's a great landing spot. He gets his quarterback there, gets the best quarterback that he's had as a pro head coach. That's far beyond Alex Smith. That's far beyond Colin Kaepernick. And the last time that Harbaugh had a grade A top-notch talent in Andrew Luck, he made him the number 1 overall pick in the draft. See what he does with Herbert. Corey Olson, thank you for the $2 donation. Was it more talent or Pete with the Super Bowl era? I think that it was kind of more of a confluence, because to get to that level of greatness, Corey, I don't think it becomes one thing. One thing can get you to a Super Bowl title. You know, the whole team connected at once and bought in for a given year. Ooh, we got to a Super Bowl. You know, true bought in, true all bought in. With this, I think it was a confluence of a couple of things coming into play. It was phenomenal drafts, partly on the back, Corey, of Pete's understanding of the players coming out in those drafts, right? Remember with that and him working with Schneider at the time, these were kids that he had gone into these guys' living rooms. He had met with their families. He had been scouting them and a lot of these guys since they were in high school. So his understanding and knowledge of them and the players they were coming out of the draft he had a little bit of an advantage over other teams in his understanding of that talent level. I think that helped. His scheme was also one at the time that nobody else was running in the NFL, so it was completely unique. And I think then what happened over time was the scheme got copied over and over again. It was run across the board so much that teams found the way to solve it, because it's not a tremendously complicated scheme. And once you don't have elite talent across the board, those minor holes start to turn into major holes. So I don't think his scheme was as much behind the barrel at that time, even though it was known as an older scheme at that time and a basic scheme and a simplified scheme. It was also one that was just so unusual, having no other team in the league run it, where you could catch teams a little bit more further off guard. But it was all of that, and it was bringing in also, I think, it was bringing in a locker room of players, and this is part of what was purposeful in bringing all those alphas into the room and bringing these strong personalities in there. It was also the players taking ownership in a way that's very hard for coaches to get them to do. Even coaches that have a great message or a great way of getting across that message. You just still sometimes have the players it's just not resonating with us. Sorry, coach. Yeah, you're saying it, but I'm just kind of tuning you out. Just happening. But he had these guys not only tuned in, but taking ownership, holding each other accountable in a way which I don't think pro football players really do to the level that the LOB teams did. And so I think it was all of that coming together to make that beautiful team, but not just one thing or another on that. And Pete deserves his flowers on this one. He deserves his praise on this one, because what he brought at the time was so unique, and it was a purified vision, and he executed that vision purely, and that's why you got out there to that Super Bowl. So he was the big driver in behind that force, but it was right time, right place, right factors all coming into play. Brock Ketron, thank you for becoming a member, Brock, of the Hawks Nest. We will be doing a members-only show tomorrow at 5 o'clock Pacific Standard Time, so please do keep an eye on your community post, as we'll be doing a weekly show for members of the channel throughout the course of this off-season, every single week. Dairy Free Virgo, love the name there. Thank you for the $5 donation. Do you think that John's comments about his control affected the way we've seen candidates come towards the Seahawks job? No. I think the only candidate, Dave Free Virgo, that really could be affected by John's and his level of control and being a true general manager at this point, not just a general manager in name or not having a head coach with power over the top of him. But I think a guy like maybe only Harbaugh becomes negated in that case, being that Harbaugh probably wants some level of control. Does he want to hire his own general manager? Does he want to be able to have oversight? I think John wants some kind of determinable ability to say, this is what I'm going to want in this given situation. I need to put my foot down and you listen to me, not I have to lose ground to you. And that may have been the only candidate that would have been, no, I'm not going to ride there with John. But no, John's comments, I think you're referencing, for instance, his control over coordinators and coaches and whatnot, being that like a head coach won't like the fact that he can, I think some people were, and maybe as you're translating it, we're translating that to mean that John would hire on a head coach and then he would put the staff together, which is not what I think that John meant that as. I know that it came off as that way in the way that John put it that way, but he just worded it poorly. What he meant by that was that I, as a general manager, can come to a coach and say, this coordinator isn't working. You need to let him go. I know that this is a friend of yours. I know you guys go back to kindergarten together, but unfortunately, it's not going to work. You need to move on from this coordinator. That's a very commonality, dairy-free Virgo, across the league, where coaches have, even legendary coaches, coaches who have got the pelts on the walls, who've got the trophies on the, up on the stands, even those guys will have a general manager come to them and go, okay, coach, look, we still love you, but this particular guy on your staff here with this is not working and this needs to be changed. And that's what John meant it is, I think. So I don't think that that's preventing anything here. I think that they're just in very much a commitment process here, Derry, of wanting to make sure they're going through all of these candidates exhaustively, that they're going and bucking a bit of the recent trend we've seen in the NFL where you don't just jump on the first guy you like, like the first girl who meets eyes with you at the dance, you're running over there to try to, let's go. Come on. Instead they're kind of staying back on the wall, right? Doing cool style with the one leg up on the wall, right? Comb little hair, looking around, kind of cool, I don't know. I'm going to wait it out. I'm going to see what happens. So I think that they're more just playing it that way here. And again, the NFL rule book has come down on all of these NFL teams, dairy-free Virgo, where it's made all these teams have to slow roll their process as far as the hirings go. You just can't do it as quickly as you, I think, once could. But thank you for the $5 donation. Great question. Dre Bay, 327, thank you for the $5 donation as well. Wow. New coach, new quarterback, maybe new uniforms. This really is a new era. I think Ben Johnson will tear it up. We need a coach to handle our hard schedule. Ben Johnson would be fun. He will light a scoreboard up, no doubt about that. And when he gets his hands around this kind of talent, you just feel like, boy, would he'd be able to maximize everybody across the board and really be able to turn this offense up into a level that we haven't seen here in many, many odd years. And new coach, maybe new quarterback, maybe on that point. And it does look like we are going to get some new uniforms with a little bit of a call back to the old, which I love to see, Dre Bay. I like the fact that they recognize from the fan base that we do want a little bit of the old school brought back. That those are bomb. So let's bring them back. And Ben Johnson's my number one guy. So they bring him in. I will be doing handstands. It certainly will be a signaling of a looking to push this ball forward across the board, especially offensively speaking. But thank you, Dre Bay. A new era. The old era has come to a close. The new era is now upon us. Undoubtedly. SW Lions, Quinn stock took a hit after that loss to the Packers. It did. Tough game. Tough game for his defense. Caleb Yost. I know everyone has been losing their minds about finding the young, creative, young offensive guys. What if Mike McDonald is an answer to a creative offense with a creative way he schemes his D? For me, Caleb, I've got Mike McDonald now he slides up to number 3 on my list. So I'm very hot to trot on him. And I think to your point, Caleb, if I could just say on the comments that I tend to read in regards to this head coaching search and stuff that comes up over and over again that I'll see on the board, the Mike Macdonald has gotten a lot of love from the fan base. And that is even for a fan base, like you say, that I think is a little bit hot to trot for the offensive-minded coach. I think that there's an understanding that Mike's a little bit of a different kind of cat. You know, he's not going to be just your typical kind of defensive coach in what he's bringing to the table here, because his scheme is at the forefront right now. So I think that people would be open to him, Caleb. I do. I'd be open to him. And I'm not big on defensive-minded head coaches, but there are a couple. There are exceptions to every rule. You never want a blanket rule. You never want to just say only offensive coaches. No, you want the best candidate. You lean towards, look, ideally we'd like an offensive-minded head coach, but the best candidate's the best candidate. And if he comes in there and blows them away in the interview process, and they love where he's at and where his defense is going, I'm great with it. And football is a cylindrical spot. We may be in a place where right now offense is ruling the day, but who's to say that we're not a short turn away from the defense finding some new calibrations in order for them themselves to start to now maybe take some things over, or even with some of the rules that have impeded them, that they find some bright young mind comes up with some cool different iterations to the defense, and suddenly now they're ruling the day for a little while. You know, football does work that way at times. Nicholas Newton, Mike Macdonald's tied with Ben Johnson for my number one choice. So there you go, Caleb. There's a few folks in here in that kind of spot, you know? And I like him. He's good. He's legit. Jeremy Bone, Harbaugh signed with the Chargers. Yes, sir. It's a good signing. Greg Kemp, have you looked at Jarian Jones yet? I have not. Let me see if I got him on my corner list. I don't. Jarian Jones. I got him on my list though now, Greg. I'll take a look at him. Wait, that's Jarian. There we go. I'll take a look. I'm getting a good 3 prospects a day right now. It's kind of what I'm trying to shoot for, is we're knock out 3 prospects a day, and then we get hopefully another month and a half down the line, I'm 300 deep. SW Line, yeah, there's a lot to like about the Seattle job. I think there is. You know, new facilities, a dedicated fan base, ownership, which is, though you may be you're still with a good, strong ownership, willing to spend money, and a general manager with a great track record. Like John was talking about, they got a lot of things established, even, and it might seem funny, but even like the dietary program and the chef facility, you know, some of these organizations are out there serving burgers and fried foods, and, you know, we've got everything at the right spot it needs to be at, that coaches would like, as far as trying to find those advantages where we can in the background. Michael Add says, I want Ben Johnson, and if he's not available, I would like Mike Macdonald. Both are available? Or both are not available, then I'll take Vrabel. I'm good with that, Michael. I'm good with that. Pacific Northwest guy, gamer guy. Hawks Nest. Why does Schottenheimer not get talked about? Well, you've got Schotty just taking over for a single year with the Cowboy job there. I think McCarthy's was, if I'm not mistaken, I could be wrong on this, but I think McCarthy was actually the play caller there. I just don't think that there's much in the offense of Schottenheimer that he brings that's a very trend-setting. There's a lot of stagnation in his offense. There's a lot of lack of motion in his offense. Some old concepts in there that he still kind of leans on to run. I think it's kind of just basically just kind of a boring offense. You know, were the Cowboys very successful with it this year? Did he help to get Dak Prescott the best year maybe of his career? Yeah, definitely. But I don't know. I just have never been super impressed myself by Schottenheimer. Maybe I'm short selling him. Andrew Stenson, in a week, all good coaches will be signed. John W. will still be interviewing. He might have to get going while the going's good. To your point. JC says, I want Raheem Morris or Patrick Graham. I don't care what people think. I love the strong-minded thought. Love it. Let's go. Let's go. And thank you, Dre Bay and Dairy Free Virgo, again, for those donations. Definitely going to, whoever new coach walks in, Dre Bay, to your point about the hard schedule. And our schedule actually next year isn't too bad, but inside your division especially is, what's your plan of attack to deal with the Niners and the Rams? Crypto Bits, Seattle with the first, second round picks, draft linebacker, defensive tackle. If you can't slow the Niners down on defense, you need to outscore them on the offense, and they are in the way to the Super Bowl in the NFC right now. Great points, man, and that's where I think you are going to be attacking, is the interior of that defensive line to the linebackers. You need 2 linebackers, you probably need 2 defensive linemen. Scott, 1 UC, I just can't wait to see our defense start tackling again, laughing out loud. That will be nice to see. That was the worst year of tackling I've seen from a Seahawks team, I think, in my life. That was brutal at times. Brutal. Michael's the same, despite the national media saying Quinn to Seattle. Most of the fans here don't want Quinn, myself included. Yep. He just doesn't generate a lot of excitement from the fan base. Lion says, if you had someone like a Wink Martindale as your defensive coordinator this year, blitzing more, I think Seattle would have made it to the playoffs. I agree. I think the fear-based approach towards the defense held the defense back. You didn't lean into what they did strongly. And you had guys across the board who were very strong blitzers. Not just somewhat okay or a little better than average, but were grade A blitzers when they were sent. And you just didn't want to send them. Carroll doesn't like the blitz. We didn't want to lean into what was the few strengths we had on this team. And we didn't have a lot of strengths on that defense. I'm not saying there was not much to hang your hat on that D, but the team kind of refused to even try to hang its hat on what it did well. We do it for a game here or a game there, but not consistently. El Gundy says Vrabel would be immaculate with our running back core. Yeah, he'd like that RB core for sure. Greg says B wanted Locke, got Geno. Good. Wanted Carter, got Witherspoon. Good. Wanted Harbaugh, got question mark. Hopefully good. I hope you're right, Greg. It holds true to form, hopefully. I'm good with that. Lions says, it seems like a lot of people in the country are rooting for the Lions. I think Dan Campbell has a lot to do with that. Yeah, I think he's a lovable guy in the way he's viewed. I think people also just, fans in this country, I think, do have an understanding and a sympathy, too, for long, struggling fans. You've been in a city where for years and years and decades even, you've gone through suffering. People have mercy, right? Fandoms have mercy on other fandoms. We talk our noise, we talk our junk, but when you've been fighting through the struggle, we got to give you, sorry you had to go through this. Hopefully this year you're relieved of it now that we're out of it. And Lion, yeah, Carroll did have the Lions number, kind of. Not the offense's number, but the defense's number. Big Hawk, Vrabel will be our Dan Campbell. Biting ankles. Boy, will he ever. He's got a biting ankle kind of face, doesn't he? Tommy Vrabel says it's rare to have a former head coach with a winning record on the market, isn't it? I feel like Vrabel should be available, and it's surprising to me that he hasn't hired yet. As I understand it, that's as much a little bit about his process and wanting to be patient in his outlook to this approach a bit. Yes, I agree. I think it's a little bit of an unusual part here, though. I guess you could say, Tommy, it didn't happen for Dan Quinn either, right? Like Dan technically in totality had a winning record there, I think, with Atlanta in his time, but wasn't really sniffed at, had to go back and be a DC after he was let go. But this is also where I've been very interested in Vrabel, and I was thinking about this as kind of an exercise. Think about this, folks. Go back for like the last 20 years in coaching and think about a coach who's had a first stop in head coaching who then takes that team to some pretty good success. Maybe they don't get the Super Bowl, but maybe he wins a couple of playoff games in that first stop. Overall positive record there in his first stop, and then moves on to his next stop. I think there's a lot of circumstances in the varying levels of success that guy has at that first stop that tends to be a guy that then carries over to the second, where he now then goes on and has success at the second. More of the same or even more. And I think that there's a good amount of examples when you look through the league at guys that have done this. There not maybe been a lot of them, but the ones that have been out there that it's happened with, that this holds on to be the case. And it just is kind of, if you're a good coach, you're a good coach. If you know what you're doing here, you're going to know what you're doing there. It ain't relying necessarily just purely on what talent you have, but that you are able to put it together. You have the vision. You have the ability to communicate and connect. Copperwise, Vrabel, the Panthers, we'll see on that one. I'd be interested to hear how anxious Mike is to sign up for the Tepper experience out there. Robert Bach says, I would hire Matt Entz, proven winner, give him a few years, lights out. I'm not aware of Matt Entz. Hadn't heard that name. Gary Free Virgo, I agree. Plus, if he can take Tannehill to the championship game, I think Geno at least has the same potential, especially with our talent. Amen, man. Yeah. Amen. And I do think Geno is a better quarterback than Tannehill. Much better quarterback than, maybe not much, but just a better quarterback than Tannehill. And so, yeah, I think if you can get Tannehill there, then what could you do with this team? Good chance Vrabel comes in and gets this team turned around in a real fast fashion, especially because he can kind of clean up where you're really struggling at. Tackling, discipline, toughness, play at the lines of scrimmage. Copperwise, what if it's the last seat open? I hope it doesn't become that. But we'll see. Nicholas, how confident are we that Belichick's going to Atlanta? I think Tommy's 40% below you is probably pretty close to where I'd say. If you asked me a few days ago, I would have said 60, 70%, but they're back there talking to candidates now. It started to go from feeling like he was, the handshake was coming in, like it was just about to come in, and now it's slid back apart between the two camps. I can't say as to why. Yeah, Copper, I don't think if they wanted Bill, they'd be still interviewing candidates, especially as hot and heavy as it was feeling. It feels a little bit like it's cooled just a little bit. Michael Hyde, if the Lions win the bowl, the internet would break. I hope it happens. It'd be cool for the Detroit fandom. Cool for Detroit if they did. That'd be an awesome story for the NFL too. But it would be miraculous, as somebody said above. But it would be miraculous. Lion, I give your owner a lot of credit for moving on from Pete Carroll. He's a Hall of Fame coach, but it seems like the game has passed him by a bit. Just kind of was where it was with that line. And yeah, it's where I give Jody a ton of credit, because it wasn't an easy move from an ownership standpoint. It wasn't a slam dunk. Everyone's going to sign off on this and cheer. I hear a couple comments, at least every stream I've done since Carroll's been let go. Shouldn't have let him go. There should still be head coach. Hate the fact that we let him go. So there's still a good amount of fans that do feel that way. But if it's the right decision, it doesn't mean that it's always the popular decision. It just means it's the right decision. And like you say, the game had just kind of passed him a bit. Maybe not fully. Maybe he could still get you to a team that had a nice high floor every year. But I think that there was a lot of evidence that was mounting that I don't know that he could get you back to being an elite team again. A true contending team. Not a team that just barely gets in the playoffs, but truly can contend. Robert says, I'm rooting for the Lions. That would be great for that whole area. Never liked the 49ers since the old days. Hire Matt Entz. I'll have to look up this Matt Entz, man. You got me intrigued. Copperwise, I think they need to be thorough. JS is on the clock right now. He has to make good decisions to keep his job as well. Yeah, that's right. That's right. And if it comes down to being thorough or being fast, I'd rather be thorough. I'd rather not go through the coaching search going, we got to get this guy because he might be picking up by this other team. If we don't get him right now, then we're going to be out on him. Then we get back into that whole, the fear-based approach of something, got to sign the guy because he might be signed by somebody else, rather than, is this the right candidate or not? Have we taken the time to evaluate all of them properly, or have we not? That's where I sign off on this, and I can nod my head and go, okay, I get where you guys are coming from with this one. This makes sense, your process here. And I think, like you say, Copperwise, that's what they are, I think, doing. DVDB, do you think it's possible that John is playing this close to the vest, and so the reports are all just about Quinn, so they at least have something to report on? Yeah, I kind of do, DVD. That's why when they come down to, you hear a guy being asked about what the bottom line is, he thinks is one of these insiders. What do you think is going to happen with Seattle? They'll probably go with Quinn. I think that they're pulling what they think is to be the most likely scenario rather than something, because they don't have anything here based on what I'm hearing. This is going in this direction of this. You're not hearing any of that. You're just hearing kind of a general feel kind of thing going on. Yeah, McDonald's nice, Lion. McDonald's nice. Legitimate candidate. Brock Ketron has made his first donation here on the channel. Thank you for that, Brock, the $5 dono. I do appreciate you for that. Very, very kind of you. I want to press you. Who do you want to become the next head coach, and who do you think will be the next head coach? Okay. Holding some feet to the fire on the first donation, Brock. I like it. Let's go. Who do I want as the next head coach? I would like Ben Johnson to be the next head coach. Of all the candidates currently right now available that we have out there, he would be the guy that I think that I would gravitate towards most. Who do I think will be the next head coach of the Seattle Seahawks? My bold prediction for you, Brock, is that Mike Vrabel is going to be the next head coach of your Seattle Seahawks. I know that Dan Quinn's being connected. I know we're hearing rumors of Quinn and Chip Kelly. It's possible. And maybe I just don't want to accept that rumor because I don't like it. But I'll go with those bold predictions for you. So Ben Johnson, I do have Vrabel as my number 2. So if we do land on the number 2 and not the number 1 for me, I will still be ecstatic with that choice. I will still feel like this was a successful hire and a successful process. So it's not down to me on this one, Brock, to where it's got to be 1 or 2 given candidates, and anything short of those 2 candidates, this process was a failure and we've got no opportunity. And now we're heading to the dark ages and all the negative stuff you'll hear about where we're supposedly heading now that we don't have a Hall of Fame coach. I don't lean in that direction. I think there's a lot of good candidates that could be hired on for this position. And I think that with the talent that they're inheriting and with the team they're inheriting and with this fan base they're inheriting, there's a lot of chance for really quick success at that point. But Ben Johnson's the want. And like the Rolling Stones song, you can't always get what you want. What does he say? Sometimes you might get just what you need. Oh, yeah, now. So hopefully we're going to get what we need on this one. El Gundy, what are your thoughts on bringing Cam, KJ Wright, KJ, and Thomas and Sherman into the coaching staff? I got nothing against any of those guys coming back in the coaching staff. I do think, like Holy Hand Grenade said below you there on El Gundy, I don't know that Thomas hasn't necessarily potentially burned some bridges, which is why he's been, I think, a little bit absent through so many of these other guys kind of returning back to the building. DVD, the Browns defensive coordinator and Jets defensive coordinator are both unavailable, correct? You can't bring them over as coordinators. You can hire them as head coaches, but you can't just bring there's no lateral moves. Hero by default, I wouldn't mind Mike McDonald because he knows what it takes to shut down a division rival already. It's fine to go defensive coach as long as he knows his role and lets the offensive coach do his job. It's very true. It's very true. And you talk about a defense. What's a defense? So much of what defenses will do is a reaction to the offense, especially pre-snap, right? This guy's going motion here to here. We react this. This guy flows in motion back with him. Oh, we just showed our hand that we're in man coverage because the quarterback ran motion to out the man coverage versus zone on the play. We've got the single high safety. They know he's going to drop to depth. When you can create the confusion all across the board, both with your fronts and with your coverages, and then do it on the back of also being aggressive, Hero, this is, to me, the hallmarks of the next defense that could come in and stand toe-to-toe with these offenses in this modern NFL. And the modern NFL is no longer as much about hitting the 9 routes and where the protections can be exploited with a team like the Ravens and their defenses. You catch them in a spot where you've got a man-on-man on the outside and you throw it up over the top. But so many teams have almost completely just about ignored the 9 route or the deep route in their playbook that the defense is really built to go and attack the teeth of what offenses are trying to do in the modern age, which is the short passing game and getting the ball in the hands of playmakers. And instead it's going to tighten everything down on those coverages. It's going to take that stuff away from you. It's going to make you hit those tough throws down the field, and it's going to bring a pass rush that's not going to give you time to get to those throws down the field and allow them to develop. McDonald is forward thinking across the board in his approach, and I wouldn't mind bringing him here for that reason. I don't think that there's a lot of guys like McDonald. I think more of these defensive coaches are just trying to apply still the old model with very slight. It's like the Call of Duty engine. The Call of Duty engine's like 30 years old, really, if you look into it. They've just worked off of this same engine for 30 years. It needs a new engine. The whole video game just needs a whole new engine at this point. And then you can work off that for the next 10 to 15 years. But they've been working off the same one that they've refined, and they've corrected and fixed this and fixed that. And then how to fix this because they fixed that and not fixed that. And it's become this bloated code. Spaghetti code is what they call it. And you eventually just got to go down to, make something new a little bit. And so many of these coaches are just everything in the middle. We run our cover 3 principles with some man-based stuff. Well, we run our cover 2 shell with the He's doing something that's his own and unique. And I appreciate that. Good coach. SW Lyon, the agent, denied that about Ben Johnson wanting $15 million. He's great, but no first-time coach would be getting anywhere near that. I wouldn't think so. Seems a bit pricey. He'll get some money, though. Braden Lezwinski, I think we're getting Vrabel. Me too. It's just a guess. I'm guessing. Complete guess. Amazing Mario Brothers. The Dolphins OC seems pretty low energy. Then again, so is Belichick. Down there in Miami, they just got that good. I mean, you see it with Mike McDaniels, They got that good 26% THC weed down there. We're just running our offense, man. It's a lot of motion. It's a lot of man. It's like, we're post-snap motioning a lot right now, Exactly how that OC is down there. Too much sun. Too much good ganja. Amazing Mario Brothers says Vrabel would be a bloop sing-I single, not a home run. Ooh, lack of Vrabel love. And Javille, we haven't even interviewed Vrabel. No, we have not. It's true. Tommy says, I just want a Bill Walsh type of head coach, someone that is going to come in and break the league. Me too. Oh, just that, huh, Tommy? Tan Fam, John Schneider is going for an offensive coach. He's going to pick whoever is still available. If Ben Johnson's not available, then the second best offensive coach. So I guess that'd be Slowick, then Tan. Clivic B, if we hire one of the current coaching candidates that had a second interview with our team, what coaching candidate from that list is most appealing? Sorry, I've been missing your shows because of school. Oh, no worries, man. Life happens. It's all good. I'm not going to like saying this, Cliffick. But I mean, I don't got much to pick from on this list. The second interview list goes to Gyro Evero. You know what? I'm going to say it like this. I want to get this Dan Quinn thing across in a way that really, I think, illustrates this point pretty clearly. We've got a Gyro Evero, Patrick Graham, Mike Kafka, Raheem Morris, and Dan Quinn are the list of guys that have gotten a second interview. I'm going with a Gyro Evero. And I'm not going to apologize. That's how out I am on Quinn right now. That's how out I am right now. But Evero, the job he did with Denver, I think he did even good work with Carolina with what he had to deal with there, and considering they didn't have the personnel really to run his scheme. Bright up-and-coming mind. Need to hire a good OC if you get him in here, but I like him. SW Lyon, in fairness of Vrabel, look at the quarterbacks he has had to work with in Tennessee. Oh, Vrabel. You meant Vrabel, not Vrabel. None of them were really top notch, and they really had a really good year with Tannehill as the quarterback. Exactly. That's part of that. I don't think he always had the best talent out there in Tennessee, but I think he maximized his talent. And with Tannehill, I think he is a limited quarterback. I think he's been a limited quarterback. But I think he maximized him to the utmost while he was there. That's what great coaches should do. And Anvil says, I have a feeling that John's going to hire someone that nobody likes. It's possible. Amazing Mario Brothers, who would be the next best offensive-minded candidate behind Ben Johnson? I think that you would probably say Slowick. Herbicide agrees with me. So I think, yeah, Slowick will be your next guy behind him. DVD says, keep in mind, Vrabel did not have support of the Titans ownership or general manager. No, he didn't. And the general manager in the front office, they've just made a recent general manager change to show you how good a job the Titans have been doing with their front office recently in the drafting. They made a change there. And, I you want coaches to be supportive of the front office, you do. But if the front office is also going to keep, peeing the bed every night they go to bed, you're going to say, hey, I'm tired of washing your guys' sheets. I'm tired of buying new sheets. Stop peeing in your bed. And then they look at you and they go, worry about your own stuff. Well, you probably go to hell with you. I'm not cleaning your bed piss. My cleaning bed pissing days are over. Get out of my face. So that's where he's grown on me when you look at that. And you look at the guys they drafted. Look at it's switching out A.J. Brown for Treylon Burks. Look at going to the conference championship. In 2 years, you've got a whole 5 new starting offensive line. When a big part of the backbone of that team was the offensive line. Yeah, I agree, DVD. Brandon the Cut says, short sell and Shoddy bad. He made Dak good. Well, I don't know if Dak was bad before. He did make him into more of an MVP candidate. I'll give you that, I suppose. And he had a down year in 2022, for sure, did Dak. But if I go to 2021 with the Cowboys, Dak had almost a 69% completion percentage. He threw for just about 4,500 yards. He had 37 touchdowns and 10 interceptions. That was with not Schottenheimer there. He had the down year in 2022. And then this last year, Dak had 69% completion percentage, 4,500 yards, 36 touchdowns, and 9 interceptions. So Dak had exactly almost down the line the exact same season that he had in 2021. You could probably make an argument that even 2019, he might have had a better season, statistically speaking, on that one. So, did Shoddy do good work with him? Yeah. Did he turn him into something super insanely different than what he's been? I don't know if there's a lot of proof of that necessarily. Tommy says, KJ says a lot, but he said the first time he heard Shoddy speak in a meeting, he said he thought this dude is going to be a head coach for whatever that's worth. Maybe that's why Pete fired him. Well, it was it was a mutual parting of ways on that one, Tommy. And I think that's as much a credit to Shoddy being willing to walk away in a situation where he didn't feel like he was being given the control to execute his offense the way he needed to do so. And I do think, Kevin, you're right, that Shoddy was scapegoated in that situation. I'm not holding any shade at Shoddy for the way that he left here and that. I understand where he was coming from with that. But I do look at a lot of what Shoddy's done, both Dallas. I look back to his time with New York as an offensive coordinator there, kind of taking it all into account a little bit and evaluating him. Amazing Mario Brothers, Slowick sort of Dan Quinn did against Baltimore. I don't know. That's a Baltimore defense that's taken everybody apart. And the Texans' offense was eventually going to run up against their limitations eventually this year. I think they've been playing a little bit over the top of their real abilities this year. Or not their abilities, but where their talent level was. Kevin O'Connell, Brandon should make a video of showing the worst missed tackles. It's pretty brutal, man. There's some bad ones I could show. There's some ones that are just will make your head spin. They're so bad. I've got them. I've got the clips. I don't enjoy watching them. DVD All True. Shoddy was in the let Russ cook era that ultimately led to his trade. Indeed. Tommy says, to be fair to Slowick, Baltimore's really good. There we go. And you had a young team in the playoffs. I mean, Baltimore D is legit. That's where I stand with that too, Tommy. It's just, I mean, that is not as much about a slight on Slowick, just much more of how good, and that Baltimore defense is a machine at this point. Pacific Northwest Gamer Guy. Shoddy, if you look at the win records of him as an OC, he is good. Yes, he isn't perfect, but I think he got scapegoated too. Yeah, and I'm not scapegoating him on his time at the end here, Pacific Northwest, in my outlook of Shoddy. It's a little bit, it's certainly from some of his time here. And again, some of that gets hard when we go down to like trying to parse between this, because how much of that was Carroll dictating to him what he needed to do offensively and what he didn't need to do. We reportedly heard from Brady Henderson at the time that Schottenheimer was hired that he inherited 70% of his playbook when he walked in the door. And if that's the case, you weren't exactly setting that guy up for success. But his offenses do not tend to be the most diversified offenses. He doesn't necessarily utilize motion to the utmost. He doesn't lean as much into utilizing the ground game to the edges as much as I'd like. The fly sweep aspects of things. Even bubble screens in his offense are kind of like just sort of peppered in here and there a little bit. But I don't think he's a bad coach. SW Lion, yeah, someone who has rooted for the Lions for many years. We celebrated the Rams win like it was a Super Bowl. Not much success in the postseason will do that to you. I get him. I do get it. And you guys have gone through a rough spell. You've earned your way. You know what I mean? You've had to go through your tough times. Vivek, it's interesting that our team is mostly interviewing defensive coordinators than offensive coordinators. I'm hoping we hire Johnson. We really need to head into a new direction. I believe he'll be the next Shanahan if we hire him. I love it, Cliffick. I see a very much a similar path with him as well. Shanahan, McVay, this guy seems to be cut from the same cloth, which has me very, very interested. Daddy Dennis says Jimmy Johnson turned the Hall from Herschel Walker trade into 2 Super Bowls. Pete was about to cash in on that Russell Hall. Technically 3 Super Bowls, because even after Jimmy left, they still got another one. Herbicide says, I wonder if Pete is pissed he didn't get the Chargers job. I don't know if he was really pushing for it like was being reported. Byron P says, I think Vrabel has a high floor. How high of a ceiling? I don't know. I think that's fair. I think that's completely fair. Greg B, I just think Vrabel would keep some of Pete Carroll's philosophy, but with a little tougher manner. We need a change. Go Hawks. Yeah, I agree. I think that's why I like him as well, is that at first blush, everyone tells you he's cut out of the Belichick cloth, and so he's going to be a hard ass that's just going to rib players and negative reinforcement, all of that stuff in his teaching approach, the old school football approach, basically. But that's not really what we hear about him coming out of Tennessee in his approach. And I think that though he's got some tough love kind of tendencies to him a little bit, I think he knows how to deliver that message in the right way, especially being a guy who played in this league for 14 years, which shouldn't be undersold. When we look at all of the coaching candidates out there in this league right now that are available candidates for this job, I mean, Raheem Morris played some football. Certainly he played in the NFL, but nobody that has this rich of a background as a player, nobody that had reached the success that he'd reached as a player 3 times over, becoming a Super Bowl champion. I think he knows what it takes. I really do. And I think that he can build upon what Carroll has built here from a philosophy standpoint. Is he built like Carroll? No. Would it be a different direction than Carroll? Certainly. But could he build upon what Carroll's brought here and then fix the things that we weren't able to fix with Carroll here at the end? Things that went on for years at a time here at the end. Yes, I do believe he would. And you give me that combination, and I think that combination is going to be successful. Herbicide says, Hawks Nest, stand up so we can get a better look at your shirt. All right, I got you, man. Here we go. Find this sucker on Amazon. I saw it and I said, I got to get this. This is the one right there. Rawr. I'll do the runway model swoop for you there. Daddy Dennis says, best thing I've heard about this is John was a Drew Lock guy and Pete was a Geno guy. Very well, maybe. Jason C., former Seahawks head coach, is making a push for the Chargers vacancy at head coach. That was a rumor that was out there, Jason. I don't think it was. I think that was just a baseless rumor. I don't know if there was really anything to that. Could have been, but I don't know. Byron B says 2 thumbs down on Dan Quinn. Yeah, Mike Kafka's a no for me too, SW line. He needs more time. More time. Amazing Mario Brothers says, yes, BJ would end in a happy result. BJ would result in a happy ending. I see what you did there. Lion fan 222. Ben Johnson has single-handedly transformed Goff into one of the best quarterbacks in the league. He is a mastermind. Number 1 on our list right now, Lions. I think if you did a poll here in this chat today, I think you'd come to find that Ben Johnson right now is the number 1 candidate amongst Hawks fans. And I think it would be a pretty strong number 1 choice at that. Lucky LaRue, the Commanders, from what I'm reading, want Ben Johnson, the first choice. There's some connection there with the Lucky. He's got a really good relationship with the general manager there that was just hired. No, Chargers are going with Harbaugh, Jason. Harbaugh. Lion fan 222, Amon St. Brown is going to be one of the biggest steals in NFL draft history. An early 4th rounder who should have gone in the 1st round. Looking like that for sure. He's had a great start. Great start to the career. Daddy Dennis, Bennett Johnson seems like a fashionable pick. I want Pete back. Still think this is a prank. Snoop Dogg will be introduced as the new coach and they'll all point and laugh at us. Maybe so. Radu, Brandon, have you heard of a Vic Fangio hire from the Eagles? Do you like it? I didn't know he was going there. I didn't hear that it was connected as much for sure that he was going there to the Eagles, but they were playing footsies last year, and it makes sense for Vic to go there. Sounds like he wants to be closer to his family in Pennsylvania, which is why he's moving on from Miami, not because he doesn't like it in Miami or that they wouldn't want to maybe have him remain there. And he gets to go to a defense that he's got familiarity with. He consulted with them a couple of years ago. And teach them how to run that Fangio cover 2 shell right. I guess Radu, right? Like Sean Desai couldn't make it happen. Patricia couldn't make it happen. Maybe Fangio will be able to make it happen. They've got to get their secondary probably fixed up. Sidney Brown's going to be fine for them in the long term, but their corners are getting old. They've got to figure out the other safety position, what they want to do with that. Linebackers, something they're going to have to address. Eagles got a little bit more work to do this offseason than they've had, I think, in the prior couple of off seasons. Lions fan, think you guys are going to hire Dan Quinn? That's the one that seems to be connected the most. Yeah. Not getting us tremendously excited, though. Amazing Mario Brothers. Our second interview list is sorry. Come on, John. Get with it, John. Yeah, I'm not loving it either. Greg Kemp, Tennessee didn't maximize A.J. Brown. No, you certainly got more production of A.J. Brown with more of a high-flying passing attack a little bit with the Eagles versus the Tennessee and their approach. I will say those Tennessee teams, especially 2020, 2021, those were still really good offenses overall. So even though it wasn't maybe you throwing 155 times to A.J. Brown over the course of a season, you still were a really, really, really good offense. But that is one part that I think is a valid concern with Vrabel, and that is he going to maximize out all of your skill position players on the outside? No, probably not. Probably not. I don't know, though, how much that should factor in as the most important part of this decision, necessarily.
Not necessarily saying I feel one way or the other about it on that, Greg, but I think that's the part that kind of worth considering is how much should that be the factor versus some other things, especially if that guy's bringing so many other things in there that are necessities to the team. Line fan, I believe in this league, some guys are born to be head coaches and some guys are born to be offensive and defensive coordinators. Look how it turned out for Josh McDaniels. He is meant to be an OC. Very much the way I feel about it too, Lions fan. I think it even goes down to sometimes there's guys that are just meant to be offensive line coaches or wide receiver coaches. Certain guys are sometimes just fit to be to a certain set role, to your point. And yeah, I agree with that all the way. All the way. El Gundy, Vrabel as head coach, along with Dan Quinn and Shoddy as defensive coordinator, offensive coordinator, would be lights out. I just don't think El Gundy would get the Cowboys to get them to let go of Quinn and Shoddy both. They'd probably say, no. Jerry'd say, no, you're not. I'm not going to give you that. El Gundy, you're going to take my offensive coordinator and my defensive coordinator in the Super Bowl season? I'm not giving you that, sucker. No way. No way. You can give me a first-round pick for both. How about that? You pay Jerry. You want Jerry's coaches. Jason C. says, from known commodity and Dan Quinn to the first-time candidates such as Mike Kafka, the Seattle Seahawks have moved into the next stage, Sports Illustrated. Well, if you just want to look, Jason C., at where we're at with Sports Illustrated, and I don't know if you heard about Sports Illustrated this last week. I think they cut like about half their effing staff. Just take a look here over my left-handed shoulder here, Jason. About 2 different separate Sports Illustrated stories that ran within a couple of hours of each other. First story actually ran at the exact same time. Both of these stories exactly at the same time. First story from Sports Illustrated, Seahawks Pete Carroll making a quote-unquote push for the Chargers job. Then, story at the very same time, sources reveal truth of Pete Carroll quote-unquote push for Chargers job. Carroll doesn't appear to be making a push for the Los Angeles Chargers head coaching vacancy. So is Sports Illustrated just trying to maximize the clips? Get them clicks? And I don't think that as Sports Illustrated got some connection, Jason, where they might have some internal connection to the staff here or the organization to where they know Quinn and Kafka are moving to that next stage. No, where they're driving the next stage part of that from, Jason, is the second round of interviews have been announced. So they randomly grabbed 2 of the guys at the second rounds of interviews and they said, well, Quinn sounds like the most likely, and then they just kind of spit that one out. They're not really basing it on insider info or anything from a knowledge standpoint, other than just it's a second interview, which certainly doesn't does definitely show there's more than just a passing interest. But there were a lot of guys that got second interviews, and it doesn't mean if you are one of those collection of second interview guys that's the only guys we're looking through. But I think that's pretty funny. They ran the same story at the same time that said 2 different things. Modern journalism. It's in a great place. Monty Watts, when Ben Johnson's offense played a top 10 defense this season, they did okay, but not very good. Even Taylor Swift can't save the Chiefs this weekend in the rain in Baltimore. No, I think Baltimore's going to win. I agree. Lions fan, that badass t-shirt there, we can get one with a lion on it. There might be one on, I'm sure it's on, they got one made on Amazon for it. It'd be crazy if they didn't. Byron B., we haven't had a formal interview with Vrabel. I'm sure we've talked to him on the phone, but I haven't heard any formal interview stuff yet. Nothing certain. Space, thanks, man. Glad you like the shirt. Jason says Deion Sanders says he won't coach in the NFL. I don't believe it, though. I don't either, Jason. I just think that he wants people he's trying to bring to the Colorado program, not to think that he's just about to jump ship. So he's trying to, messaging on that front is very important. Oh, Gundy, what players are we going to lose when the coaching transition happens? Depends on the new coach you bring in, Gundy, and his outlook and philosophy for how he wants to win football games. What players are going to be fits in his systems, what players are not. It's hard to predict right now. You have to have a bit of an idea of who you're bringing in for certain, because so many coaches go different ways on their outlook with what kind of personnel that they want. Luke Britt, Ben Johnson, let's go Hawks. Ben Johnson, number one target for Hawk fans, that's for sure. Anvil says if the Lions would lose faster, we'd hire Ben Johnson. It might help, huh? Greg Kemp, Hawks running backs can't take the run attempts they get now without getting injured. And with Vrabel giving them 325 run attempts, I don't see that being a good fit. Well, I think a little bit of the problem I've had at times, Greg Kemp, is one of the reasons that you've had running backs, not only these two running backs, Greg, but if you look back at it, I've called it at times the beast mode curse. And my belief is that a lot of times the reason why you have backs injured and beat up so often here has to do with Coach Carroll's penchant for hammering it up into the middle of the defense over and over again. I think those kind of runs are the hardest on running backs because when you're running it up into the middle of the defense, you have no ability sometimes to see out of the peripheral of your vision who's coming at you from the side here. Your eyes are up here, but you can't see who's hitting you here. And there's a lot of bodies in there when you get inside. When you have a running game that goes a little bit more to the edges, when I throw a pitch play out wide and that running back takes it out wide and he arcs around the lane and then cuts it upfield, so he can see what's coming at him. He can see the defenders coming and adjust to them and then adjust his body to take the hit. He also then at times has the sideline to utilize in order to just go out of bounds and protect himself in that way. You have none of that at your dispense when you're inside. And we hammer that inside running game so often, Greg, that I think that that's where a lot of that getting guys broken down and wore out kind of comes from. It's just a personal theory on this one. I could be wrong. But you got to build a deep backfield. It's not just your 1 and 2 guys, Greg. You got to see where you're at with McIntosh. Maybe bring in a third guy as well in addition to this. I think you got to, you'll have to lean in that direction of it. But I get you. It's definitely been a problem with the running backs and injuries for years now. Kevin O'Connell says, it's crazy to think that we went 9-8 and we had one of the worst defenses that didn't tackle, no run game, and an offense told not to play until the fourth quarter. It's actually very impressive. It is. It is. You accomplished quite a bit being held back by so much, like you say, Kevin. Also why I think this team can have a quicker turnaround than maybe some are thinking with the new head coach. Because there's just natural things the new head coach is going to do that are pretty straightforward and easy changes of philosophy. Radu Turkan says, B, do you see Clint Hurt leaving the franchise or just getting demoted? Probably leaving the franchise. Maybe demoted to defensive line coach again, but probably moving on. A new coach, new defensive coordinator is not going to want the old defensive coordinator in there. That's going to cause sometimes some issues, potentially. I'd be careful with it. I'd be very careful. DVD forever. What if Nathaniel Hackett gets hired and succeeds, ultimately leading to the implosion of Russ in the media? Anything's possible. I like Harbaugh and Herbicide. They've got somebody else mentioned too. Let's also remember they got the number 5 overall pick in this upcoming draft. That's a team well situated right now moving forward to, I think Harbaugh picked a good landing spot. Greg says, B, if we get Vrabel and he brings Smith as his offensive coordinator, what kind of offensive coordinator will we get? I haven't done a deep dive in Smith, but I've done him I've looked at him as a head coach with Atlanta, so he's been an interest to me because he runs it's the run game with him first and foremost, of course. That's where you got to start with Greg. The passing attack is fine, and he does some things that are interesting off of the run game, especially the play action stuff. That's great. And that stuff would work really well with Geno Smith, who does those kind of, he's just deadly on those kind of plays. His running game is as multiple as you will see, meaning that the look after look will be different. And that there are these subtle techniques he's teaching to the linemen on these sort of what I'd call like just these sort of peel blocks, combo blocks, duo blocks, where you have two guys come off the line of scrimmage. The first guy goes in and helps out the double team on the one tech. But the technique Smith teaches in how smooth and seamlessly the guy goes from, let's say, the one tech. Then I attack the linebacker for a quick second. Then I'm down onto the safety, and I'm timing it up at the same time as the running back is behind my hip. And we've also run it off of a counter look, right? So we started out as an outside zone. It looked, we wound it back into a counter. I got my center running a duo block to the linebacker, then scraping onto the safety. And so you'll see these guys blocking for Smith where they're doing, it ain't just a guy launching off the ball. His job's to block this guy and take care of your block. It's a lot of moving, everything moving along is like as a flow. Like all of the blockers are truly moving together as kind of one in how they're moving in what they're trying to do to open up holes in the ground game. He will attack you in the ground game from every angle. He's not a guy that is fascinated with just staying in the A and the B gap. He'll utilize outside runs, pitch plays. He loves fly sweeps back across the motion. He'll fly sweep with the tight end. It doesn't just have to be a receiver, but he's going to challenge your defense on that line to protect all across the board against the ground game. You'll never get a place to where you can pre-snap, really zone in on where the ground game is going. He makes you play it in a lot of ways. And certainly he's much like those guys at the forefront with the pre-snap motion and a lot of the align, adjustments of the line, motion, not just motions, but, where they get everybody kind of resetting back up into different places and the defense trying to, you see in the defense pointing and you're back over here. And then this guy comes along. Well, wait, no, you're right. And right at the snap, you still got guys kind of pointing as to where they're going and who they're sort of taking on. But from a ground game perspective, especially with him, that's where it really begins with Arthur Smith. His Atlanta ground game was a thing of beauty to watch. Those guys and the way they blocked it up, the creativity, the detail, the level of detail beyond just it's far beyond the old school of you line the guy up across the other guy and just whoop his ass. It's a lot of get this block laid at this spot just long enough to hear the back will be by you, get down to the next level on this block here, and the back will be working off your back hip. A lot of secondary, a lot of just extra little details in the ground game there. Kind of reminds me a little bit. I know I'm going back with this one, but for those old school guys that know who remember this, it's a little bit like what Knox was in his ground attack in Seahawks. Knox was boring, first down run, second down run, third down pass, but his ground game wasn't boring. He would attack with Warner, especially when he had the young legs of Warner before the ACL. I mean, he'd let Warner attack all over the place in that line of scrimmage in the ground game and doing it off of different looks, lining up heavy to one side, coming back to the weak side when he gets into the defense leaning. But there's just a creativity that he employs that I think is part of what really sets him apart as an offensive mind. I dig the Hawks. Brandon, any spoiler alert for the B&B show? Going inside offensive line, defensive line, linebacker, or something totally different in round one? I haven't been trading down. I've been trading down multiple times in round one. Kind of works. I'm so sick. Well, I'm a value guy, so we got to see where the board falls tomorrow at the Hawks. I will tell you, I've got a general predilection to wanting to trade back a bit in the first round, especially. But if the right guy falls to me in the first round, value based on the board, got to roll with it. DVD says, but Neon Dion hates both the spotlight and money. Never in the NFL again, right? Yeah, exactly. Anvil says, at the end of the day, there are 4 head coaching jobs left. Seattle's job, in my opinion, is the best. John, better not F this up. Don't F it up, John. Don't you F this up. Don't you do it. Oh, don't you dare. DVD, I'll tell you this, B, if I see one time we run an empty backfield on third down, I'm losing my S. 3rd and 1, run empty. Shotgun. Yeah, I feel you on that. Especially when you got Charbonnet. That was supposed to be the guy we brought in for some of those short yardage plays. Work with me, please. Addicted to Hawks. Hurt's still part of the organization, but it's just doesn't hurt you to keep him. If you're going to be firing him, and eventually it doesn't hurt you right now to say, hey, if somebody's going to offer you a job, we'll let you go, but stay here just for the time being to see what the new coach wants to do. Maybe he wants to keep you. You know, especially if Hurt's looking down the barrel of maybe having to go to like the college level or just go back to being a defensive line coach. Maybe not in his worst interest, maybe in his best interest to kind of wait it out too. DVD, so what happens when when any new head coach comes in, draft a bench 1 year, Geno trade, keep it where it is as a vet to learn the new system? I think you have a lot of different options here, DVD. And certainly you're going to listen to your new head coach and what he kind of would like to do. But I think is the general strategy here is that you keep Geno for another year and you draft a kid behind him. I think that's just the straightforward, easy answer to this one. Jason C. Smith in 2023 was better than Wilson in 2021. Yes. Especially when you talk about executing a real offense, a modern offense, executing it on time and executing it well. Greg B., did you say fly sweep? Never heard of that. Exactly. What's up, Camden? How you doing? Lions fan, draft J.J. McCarthy, not in the first round. I'll do it in the fourth round, but I'm not taking that guy in the first round. Mel Kiper's mock draft made me throw up in my mouth. God, J.J. McCarthy in the first round would be such a horrible pick. Oh, I think that would be the worst. That would be the worst. I can't do that one. Fifth round, too. Let's go fifth round, Anvil. I'm with you. God, I do not get the hype with McCarthy. If I get anybody in my chat who says he's a winner, Barry was fun to watch. Barry's my all-time favorite running back, by the way. Lions fan 222. That's my all-time favorite. Purpose I have nothing against McCarthy, but if the big three, Drake, Caleb, or Daniels ain't there, I doubt we go quarterback in the first round. I hope we don't, but McCarthy seems to have hypnotized everybody. Jaquaz, 2 cents. Who will we hire? Hoping Ben Johnson. I hope it's Ben Johnson as well, Jaquaz. Probably Dan Quinn or Mike Vrabel. Are probably my 2 best guesses for you right now as it stands. Right at the cut, I think I'm most excited to see what our new offense does with K9, whatever our offense ends up being. Me too, man. I do hope they get the offensive line in place at the forefront this offseason. I think it gets the most out of Geno for you. It gets you back to where now your ground game can work. You can maybe turn Walker into a 1,500-yard back with that kind of offensive line if you can put it in place. I hope it's where he really leads with whoever the new coach is, whatever John Schneider chooses to do, because K9's got a lot more meat left on that bone to take advantage of. Ogbops says, bro, JJ's a system quarterback. Don't pick him. I don't want to, Og. 4th, 5th round pick at best. I don't even want him, though, beyond that. But I'm hearing, I get asked a lot about taking him in the first round. So like, no, I'm with you. I do not get with there's a lot of quarterbacks in this draft, even ones that I don't necessarily love, but I get the fascination with them. Like, I don't love Bo Nix, but I can understand the fascination. With McCarthy, I don't get it at all on that one. Dig to Hawks, Brandon, I think I can guess who you value at 16, but I don't think he'll be there. I won't say his name now, but we'll tease you later. Okay, sounds good. Sounds good. There's not one guy there set for me, and I think trading back is probably the best component. What do I think about Bo Nix space? Good timing question there. Just talking about physically, he can get it done at the next level. He's got an NFL arm. He's going to run probably somewhere in the neighborhood of like a 4.5 40. Put him into an offensive structure and ask him to fit within that structure, and he'll execute it well. I don't know about putting him in an offense that might ask him to play a little bit more with an improvisational role. I don't know how comfortable he'll really be at doing that stuff. The Oregon offense was highly structured for him. The Auburn tape was a little bit more of a mixed bag. I have a 3rd round grade on him right now because I'm not as certain that you're going to be able to fit everything on time for a quarterback at the next level. They've got to be able to play off script. They've got to be able to improvise. He might be able to do that, but I just didn't see enough of it on tape to think that he can do it. And yeah, landing spot is a very important part for Bo Nix. Go send him to a team like the Niners where everything is, or the Rams where everything's heavily structured at that point to do what he does, then he could be really, really good. Put him into a place where he's got to be a little bit more thinking on his feet. I don't know. Seahawks Blue and Green, did Ben Johnson say something about the Commander's job? Because I keep hearing rumors of him going there. He's got a friend named Peters who was the general manager there, and there's some long-standing rumors, Seahawks Blue and Green, that Peters and Ben Johnson are BFFs. And so they're wanting to be together, that there's that connection there, that Ben Johnson wants to go be with his buddy and build it from the ground up out there in Washington. I don't know if there's any real truth to those rumors, my man. I do not know. Jason Tudor, thank you for the $2 donation. Says, I'm making you say it. McCarthy's a winner. That's right. He is a winner. 1 loss in the last 2 years. That's why you draft a quarterback. Arm talent doesn't matter. Mobility doesn't matter. Accuracy doesn't matter. Does he win? At the end of the day, does he win you football games? Greg says, B, more time passes. I feel like Pete had his nose in the office and the defense more and more than offense and the defense more than I actually thought. What are your feelings? Yes. Again, there's a lot of this it's smoke on this. I don't have the pure fire, Greg, but Brady Henderson, a Seattle Seahawks reporter, reported that Brian Schottenheimer inherited 70% of his playbook when he walked in the door. That right there, I shouldn't need to say much more beyond that. You hired an offensive coordinator. He slapped down his playbook on your desk. You picked up his playbook as Coach Carroll. You ripped out 70% of the playbook. You then took your old playbook, put it on top of his remaining 30%, and then handed it back to him and said, you're hired. So that right there is stunning proof that you have a defensive-minded coach with way too much control over on the offensive side of the ball. The specificities on this, Greg, are that you don't run outside. We never committed in Carroll's time to really running to the outside of the tackles, pitch plays, outside zone, fly sweeps. I mean, there was one point this year where it was hilarious, where I was calling for us over and over week after week, and people asking me about what we could do as far as finding some more production offensively, especially on the ground, where a lot of the year, Greg, we were not finding very much production on the ground. And I said, go to the fly sweeps, utilize the fly sweeps. So against the Niners, we run one fly sweep for 10 yards to Jackson Smith and Jigba. Greg, did we go back to it again throughout the course of the game? No. Why? Why wouldn't you do that if you're an offensive coordinator? I gained 10 yards on a particular kind of play like that. I think I'd probably go back to it. We go back to it the next week. Again, gain 10 yards on the play. But then, Greg, do we go back to it again? No, we do not. In fact, I don't think we go back to it again for about 4 weeks after that. Because Coach Carroll wanted to hammer the A and B gap runs. It's like Marshawn Lynch broke his brain when it came to how to utilize running backs. And he was just like, A and B gap, A and B gap, A and B gap. So your running game was really reduced into how you attacked. Your passing attack was 32nd in the league in throwing outside the numbers, outside the hash marks. Meaning, essentially, Greg, your offense attacked the middle of the field at the lowest rate in the entire NFL in the passing game, which is kind of strange, Greg, because it's coming from a Rams system in Waldron, which those two things I just talked about, utilizing the outside part of the running game and attacking the middle of the field in the passing game, are two hallmarks of the Rams offense, or where Waldron came from. So what happens, Greg? What happens? We have Schottenheimer's story about inheriting 70% of his playbook. We have another coordinator who seems to have forgotten all of the playbook that he utilized that helped to get him this promotion in the first place in Seattle from the Los Angeles Rams. Or maybe you have a head coach who's doing way too much dictating to the offensive side of the ball and doing it from a constraint fashion. You will not do this, and you will not do that, and you will not do this. And there's a lot of proof to that, I believe. Yeah. Herbicide, Hawks Nest, who do you want at 16? Well, again, hard to ask. I got to see who the guys are that are available to me, and we're going to be doing the mock draft tomorrow, Herbicide. But I need to know, remember with me on this, and I know this doesn't make it a fun answer, but value. Value is what draws me on my board. So what is the greatest value of the pick? Is the greatest value of the pick to move back and pick up a second rounder? Is the greatest value of the pick a position here or a position there? I don't have an individual one guy there that I would look at that number 16 pick and say, this is the guy that I want to pick at that spot. I look at it more like, show me the list of the guys I have and let me pick the best value of the selection. Because again, when you talk about picking, who's the guy you're going to take at 16? Who's this guy you want to select? Well, now I'm not picking from a value standpoint, Herbicide. Now I'm picking from the need standpoint. And that's completely a little bit of the opposite philosophy I want to apply on draft day. And certainly different from the one that we've been recently applying on draft days. DBDB, who do you really want as a replacement for Geno in a realistic draft situation? Someone we have a shot at? And one slight surprise because they feel in the draft, because they fell to us. They fell to in the draft to us instead. Cam Ward was kind of my guy on that. I don't really have a guy at this point. I acknowledge like all of these guys were a lot more talented in the second and third round range than they've been in prior years, DVD forever. But there's not really one guy that stands out to me that's really caught my fascination. Sorry, I just don't have one. I think that they all kind of run together in my head and they're all kind of just to me, it's like they're fine, So I don't have one Ward was going to be that guy, but he's off the list. Riley Leonard's been off the list. There's been a lot of these guys that have kind of gone back to school now. And when I look through the Quinn Ewers, Bo Nix, Spencer Rattler, Joe Milton, JJ McCarthy, Jordan Travis, I just kind of go, I just kind of, they're fine. I don't think any of them is going to be a star. I think some of them can probably run an NFL offense and do fine with it. But I mean, nobody's really doing much for me, to be honest with you, as far as I feel like there's really, it's gotten a little thinner as a group and they're all right. They're fine. You know what I mean? Slight surprise, trading up for Jaden Daniels. Team just throws the book at Jaden Daniels. They throw two third round picks, 2 or 3 first round picks, move up to go get him, determine he's their guy. That'd be my surprise for you, that they just fall in love with him in that way. But sorry, man, I don't really have much on that with these guys. I'm the more I go along with the looking at these quarterbacks through the process, the more that I go, they're all worthy of being the second, third, fourth round area of things where they'll go. But all of them got some slight questions to them at least. There's no real slam dunks in there. And there's no guy that drifts, that falls down to us. I mean, you can go from Michael Penix on. It's just, I don't want Michael Penix. I don't want Bo Nix. I think, isn't Quinn Ewers coming back? I got to take him off the list, actually. I think he's gone back to school. So even he's off. It's gotten thinner than it started out about a month ago than we thought it was going to be. And I'm not super excited by the list of names right now at the moment. They're all right. They're fine. I'm not going to poo-poo any of them as a pick, but I also am not getting super excited by any of them either. Sean B., I have a feeling that it could end up being Raheem Morris. I had visions of Spoon being the pick days before the draft. We'll see if I'm right about Morris. We'll see, Sean. I'll give you credit if you're right on it, man. Boy, that'd be disappointing from my standpoint. That'd be very disappointing. Nicholas McCarthy's mediocre best. Yeah. Brian Myers got to wait on the Bees draft pick until tomorrow. That's right. Ain't no cheating. You guys got to wait. Anvil says JJ McCarthy of the 5th is a good pick. Yeah, I'd be fine with him there. Fine with him. Kay says new camera looks great. Thank you, Kay. I'm glad to hear it. I was wanting to get a little bit of the upgrade. I didn't go hog wild, but I went for a good, strong upgrade. Did a lot of research on this one. I think we got a good pick here. But appreciate that. Luke Britt, since you think Ben Johnson won't be for us, who will he be for? He'll go to Washington, probably, most likely. There's a connection there. So far, I'm asked a lot on this question on the stream. Let me ask it for all new folks in here. I'm going to ask it because I know I might get peppered with this about 5 more questions below this. There is a deep connection between Ben Johnson and the Washington program. He's super best friends with the new general manager there. They're like tight brotherhood tight. There supposedly is some blood oath between the two of them where you go to the G to be the GM and I'll be your head coach and we build it all from scratch. This is all a place, Luke, that is completely in rumorville. There are no certainties here. These are questions that I'm asked that are, this is what the rumor is. That's what the rumor is. What is the truth? What is not the truth? Who the hell does actually know? But as we understand it, there is a big connection to Ben Johnson going to the Washington Commanders. We'll just have to learn if that's the truth in the next couple of weeks or not. Jason Tudor, not a JJ fan, but apparently he's extremely athletic and has a good arm. Not extremely athletic and not an okay arm at best, I would say, Jason. He's got college mobility, but I don't know if it's pro. He's going to run a 4.65, 4.7 40. Jason C., we will definitely have a head coach by the time of the draft. We should have a head coach within the next 2.5 weeks at the longest. They took like a whole nother month and a half. I would be shocked. That'd be too slow. Seahawks Blue and Green, there needs to be a book out down the road on the Pete era, Super Bowl call, players telling all, Russ's favoritism, coordinators speaking out on how controlled Pete had over the calls. I think there eventually will be a 30 for 30 or something like that. Yeah, I would imagine something's coming down. Face, how many millions did Pete lose for Seattle when he started hiring and giving up draft picks? When he started hiring and giving up draft picks? I don't know. You might have to rephrase that question, Space. I don't know what you're asking on that. I'm sorry. Hog Bob's A and B gap. Greg says, B, it's going to be very interesting to see Waldron at Chicago. It will. We'll learn a lot about Waldron's playbook and what was restricted and wasn't restricted, to your point, Greg, on how he's allowed to operate in Chicago. If we start to see a lot of pre and post snap motion, if we start to see a whole lot more utilization of the run game to the edges, we will then have very much known that Waldron was inhibited and reduced by Carroll in what he was allowed to operate in within this offense when he was here. These answers will be learned eventually. We don't know for sure what they are. We have instincts and we kind of feel like it's this, but we will learn for sure very soon down the road as to what was really going on with this offensive side of the ball over the past couple of years. And in studying the All-22 tape, I watched these games multiple times, this All-22 over at times, and what just is stunning to me on a weekly basis, the lack of use of motion, the lack of attacking to the edges of the defense, the lack of throwing to the middle of the football field. It seems very purposeful, not by accident, but purposeful. And so you'd have to ask yourself, why would an offensive coordinator be purposeful in limiting that attack in that way, especially when it goes so different from how he ran it when he was in the Los Angeles Rams as I think a passing game coordinator or whatever, and that's what got him the job. The offense you operated with the Rams was what got you this coordinator job. Why would you not then run that playbook? It doesn't quite add up, right? But yeah, great point, Greg. Waldron and Chicago will give us a lot more clarity on this one. SW Lion, did Pete Carroll limit what Waldron wanted to do? Yes. Because the offense, SW Lion, looked nothing like the Rams offense. I mean, ask yourself that, Lion. You've watched the Seahawks offense over the past couple of years. You played us twice, your team has over the couple of years, and I know we've had success against you offensively, but you've also played the Rams. Did the success that we have offensively match the way that the Rams play offense? and the same kind of plays and the same kind of ways that they attack, to me, it's not at all. And the key on this is that the ways that you then forced Waldron to lean into, you're going to hammer the A and the B gap. You're going to ignore the middle of the field. A lot of 9 routes down the football field. This was very much the same type of offense that you had when you had Schottenheimer or the prior guy here. The same guy who I just said was reported about by a Seattle reporter, Brady Henderson, that he inherited 70% of his playbook. You know, there's a murder case here that we can kind of like track the evidence through. We've got the bloody glove. We've got the footprint, right? You know what I mean? We got the fingerprints. We got the video footage. You know, is there an HD 4K clear vision of the crime happening? No. But is there a lot of little individual articles of evidence that we're going to be able to put in the courtroom to build our case for this? Yeah. Oh, yeah. Addicted Ox, Brandon, I must admit, I watched Brendan's draft show the other day. I've already been drafting the same number 1 as him for several days now. Laughing out loud. Hey, that's the part of the process, man. It's a process. It's not one to be done fast. And you start the process out and it begins a little bit like that. You know, you got to crawl before you can walk. And then you can run. Ogbops, what's crazy is John thinking Seattle's an attractive market for coaching. I think it definitely is. It's a well-run organization, great facilities, the backing of ownership, a track record of success. I do believe it is. Livick, is there anyone that Ben Johnson would hire at defensive coordinator if we end up with him? That would be my next curiosity. I don't know on coaching staff. When it comes to these young coordinators, Cliffick, we don't know. They've never been a head coach before, so we don't know who they're going to hire. We don't know which guy they would target. We don't know would John hire it for him? Would John say, we're going to bring this guy in for you? We don't know. There's no way to know on that one. That's a complete kind of guess. Red Ace, new camera B, a new camera indeed. Thank you for noticing, Red Ace. Did a little bit of an upgrade, my man. A bit of an upgrade here, you know? Greg says, B, I believe in Ward is back in. He's in the draft. He's not going to Florida State. He is. Yep, he is in the draft. And I'm okay with taking him. I like him as a talent. I think he'd be fine. There's some upside there. You get him in the 4th round, maybe 5th round with the injury, probably 4th round. But he's okay. A little undersized, you know, sub 6 foot kind of guy. Kind of some Doug Flutie vibes to him. Copper-wise, if we traded back in the first to the very back at the end of the first, would you look at a quarterback there? No. But that's only copper-wise because I do have a third round grade on these guys. Spencer Rattler, Bo Nix. Penix will be off the board by that point, right? So you'll have all of your top guys in the first round are gone. Williams, May, Daniels, and Penix are all off the board by the time you pick late in the first round. And I'm not a big fan of Bo Nix, or I've got 3rd round grades on him. So from my perspective on a value chart, that would be bad value charting. I'm going to be, though, and I'm just going to own this on this Copperwise. I get sometimes, and you're not doing this, of course, but I'll get bullied at times for my quarterback outlooks over the past few seasons because there'll be this consensus on all these other guys that people are really loving, and I'm just like, I don't get it. And I could be wrong this particular year. But in taking the track and the approach that I have in years past and looking at these positions, that I've been more proven out to be right, much more right than wrong on it. So I'm going to stick on that track record and my gut instinct on this. So when I put these 3rd round grades on these guys, I'm staying 3rd round grade. I don't care if other people are going to push Nix in the 1st round or other people look at JJ McCarthy as being a 1st rounder. JJ McCarthy will have a late 4th to early 5th round grade for me. You know, and I'll be a little colder on some of these guys, I think, than others are. But I just do trust in my evaluations. And I just do get stuck in the front of my mind a little bit here with this Copperwise of watching on a yearly basis some of these quarterbacks getting elevated because of the dire need of quarterbacks. You know, Matt Corral, Desmond Ritter, Malik Willis, Zach Wilson, McCorkle Jones. You know, these names that have been coming up over the past few years with this desperate need for the quarterback position end up driving the pick rather than the talent of the pick being driven by the player themselves. And that's the thing I think you got to be very careful of with these quarterbacks. We need it. We need it. So let's go get it. No, is it the right guy? You know what I mean? Is it the right guy in the right spot of the draft? Is it you trusting the value of your board? If you're taking a quarterback copper-wise at the end of the first round, you're not trusting the value of your board. You're taking that guy because you like the 5th year of an option that you have on him because he's a first-round quarterback, right? Rather than paying him after 4, I've got that extra 5th year there if I'm just not quite sure of myself. Well, then that means that you're drafting for different reasons than the pure talent at play. And that's where I think teams get themselves into big-time trouble zone when it comes to roster building. You got to trust the value of your board, I think, beyond all else, and trust in that, and trust that that's going to build up the best team. Greg says Bo Nix, Jordan Travis, Joe Milton, all fun players. Definitely all fun players. I'm a little, I think, just probably colder on them than some others are. Space, did Jody get Paul's money after he died? No, Space, she didn't. It's all into a trust right now, Space. XXX, how much do I think we'd have to give up for a trade for Fields? We'd probably have to give up both of our 2 third-round picks to get Fields. He's going to probably get the equivalent of a second-round quarterback. And Space, no, I don't think we keep Hurt. And Seahawks blue and green, that's why I don't want Fields. He's going to want an extension after next season. I just don't think it's going to be worth it for 1 year of, especially because you have to trade. Greg Kemp just saw Miami Dolphins YouTube channel is getting rid of Vic Fangio. Is that official? It's more of a mutual parting of ways, Greg. He wants to be closer to his family in Pennsylvania. So he's going to go take the Eagles job that's opening up to get a little closer there. At least the Mac. I'm just glad Pete Carroll is gone, only winning 1 playoff game in 8 years. Beating the Eagles, Pete Carroll should have been fired by Paul Allen. It was time. It was time. Seahawks blue and green, would I really say that Fields is better than Geno today? No, I wouldn't. But I'm a little bit higher Seahawks blue and green than some are on Geno. That's for sure. I also think it's a little bit hard with Justin Fields. This is the problem. And the base issue with Justin Fields about where he's at is that, yeah, he's played in the league for 3 years, but he went into a crap show situation into Chicago when he first walked into the door. Worse and all the ways across the board. Not a good defense. Not a good offensive line. Not a coaching staff in place that was firm. Not a front office that was, it was bad every which way but loose. You know, what they did is what I kind of am trying to warn Hawk fans about talking about doing or wanting to do, which is we want to go get our quarterback. You know, I'm really excited to go get our quarterback. I want to go get our quarterback. I want to go get our quarterback. I want to go get our quarterback. We got to get our quarterback. There's a feeling I get from the fan base of this sense of a fire burning inside of them to get the quarterback. That we gotta go get the QB. We got it. And the reason I push back against this is because of the Justin Fields situation. You don't just go, we got to go get this quarterback. That's the first move that needs to be made with this new thing. That's what's going to happen. It's not the right approach, because when you take that approach, you put a quarterback into a situation set up a lot of times to fail, because you're not asking questions before you make that pick. Do we have solid front office in place? Do we have solid coaching in place? Do we have an offensive mind that can bring him along right? Do we have an offensive line that's going to protect him properly so he doesn't get bashed 7 different ways for Sunday? So for instance, right now you bring a quarterback in here and you move off from Geno, you know, and you go and you draft Michael Penix. Okay. Your offensive line pass protected at the 28th level last season. You put a rookie quarterback behind this offensive line, they are going to fail. So part of the issue with making the determination on Fields at times with this blue-green is that you gave him all of that failure to start out with. Now things this year just start to finally kind of round into a place where he's got some stuff to work with. And now you have to make the determination about whether or not to kick him to the curb or not, because you got the number 1 overall pick, and there might be maybe a generational-like quarterback available there for you as a front office. This is the spinning merry-go-round that we get on at times when it comes to the quarterback position with certain franchises, and the smart ones that do it the right way and the dumb ones that do it backwards. And the smart way to do it is set the stage for the young man, make sure you got that stuff in place, and then get your QB. Only then go get your QB. But it's hard. That's a tough one, man. Fields might be better than Geno, but with the supporting cast that he got there in that first couple of years, it makes it very hard to determine one way or the other. OG Bops, DJ Dallas is a free agent. No need to cut him. He's not coming back. Chat is popping tonight. I want to thank Red Ace. Thank you for becoming a member of the channel. Appreciate you for that. Cheese Taco, thank you for being a member of the channel for 15 months. Thank you so much for that long time support. Good evening, B. I have nothing to add to this conversation, but just wanted to say I hope you're having a good evening and hope the weekend finds you well. Well, thank you, Cheese Taco. I'm having a great evening chopping it up with my people and just liking turning over this coaching search, kind of considering the options and whatnot. Going through them all in that respect of things. But thank you, man, for being a long-time member of the channel as you are in that way. Appreciate you for that. And thanks for watching tonight. Greg says, B, you're right about the quarterback thing, but think about it. We haven't drafted one in a long time, and we will need one soon. Yes, I think that you do need to get to a place where you're going to need to target one. Geno's getting older. I'm open to picking one this year. I do want to pick one to the value of the chart, Greg, so that might mean late into the third round. That might mean midway into the fourth round where you're picking. That's where kind of going back to that value chart is the way you go. I think if you get yourself into a potential pickle, if I may, on the back of you, just take it logically to the next step in what you're talking about. If we get to the logical spot where you've set the stage up for the quarterback, you got the pieces in play, but you don't have the quarterback in the position, now that's where you're in the position to go make the aggressive trade that some people are advocating, for instance, like right now to make. Like you'll have people right now that might advocate for trading up for a Jaden Daniels here and now, whereas I would say, okay, give that another year or two down the line where you've got the third round, fourth round pick you have right now. Who's your backup sitting on the deal? You've got Geno getting through the end of his contract, the team getting stacked up and ready to contend, and then you go make the aggressive trade at that point. Bring the guy on. He's on a rookie contract. The rest of your team's burgeoning him up, boosting him up, buoying him up because the level of your talent is so good across the board. And now you're ready to roll. Now you're ready to go get yourself a championship. That would be the track that I would take with that. But that doesn't, you're not necessarily going to absolutely get caught in that bind where the whole rest of the team's good, but the quarterback ain't ready to go because this third rounder you take this last year might end up being okay. Geno might still end up sustaining years down to the road. There might be another trade that opens up across the NFL that is nice for you to go pluck, like let's say the Stafford trade that the Rams were able to make a couple of years ago. There's a lot of different, I think, potential roads to go down to address that quarterback position at that point. And if you have a really stacked team, that's of course going to look like a mighty attractive place for probably a lot of different quarterbacks at that point. So yeah, it's a pickle you could get into where going heavy into the value board. I mean, going valued isn't always just Shangri-La. Like there's no negatives to it. There's no downsides to it. There's always going to be some downsides. And that could be one of the downsides with it is that, you don't target that quarterback in that year. But I guess if I saw more of the quarterbacks to target in this draft, the ones to trade up for, or the ones where it made sense, I'd be maybe more of an advocate for it. But I just think you just sit back, draft one of the ones that are in the later part of this draft, and then come back around next year to a place of reevaluating it at that spot. The team will be a little bit better, maybe a little bit closer to contention. You got the coaching in play. The line's hopefully more improved at that point. Red Ace says, boy, did that win over the Lions age well. Yes, it did. Mr. Dog Hawksnest, do you think Pete is involved in hiring the new coach? No. I mean, maybe the proverbial next head coach calls him to ask him a little bit about the situation, but I wouldn't think so. I think their whole he's going to stay within the front office thing was kind of more of a PR thing than it was the truth about how this whole situation was going to play out. DVD says, John's not giving up any picks unless it's talent. He wants like Aaron Rodgers, Clay Matthews, or Russell Wilson types. Probably, yeah. Addicted Docs, Brandon, great point about O-line. I'm guessing the O-lines of the 4 teams left in the playoffs are considerably stronger in PFF grades, but not sure. Let's take a look. Luckily, I have PFF. Let's take a little gander, shall we? How do I look? I forget how I look this one up. Oh, man. Oh, man. Oh, yeah, here we go. So the best pass block, the top, let's go with the top 5 pass blocking offensive lines in the NFL. Denver Broncos. Wow, 5. God, Broncos. No excuses this year, Russ. Atlanta Falcons at number 3. The Baltimore Ravens at 3. The Minnesota Vikings at 2. And the Philadelphia Eagles at 1. I'm just looking at something real quick here. When you look at the bottom 15 teams in pass protection, Kansas City's at 6, by the way. But when you do look at the bottom 15 teams in the NFL, only the 49ers are the only remaining team in the playoffs who has a pass protection unit in the bottom 15 of the league. All of the remaining teams, Lions, Chiefs, Ravens, are top 11 in pass protection. Thank you, Dicted. Great question. Great camp, I'd take Fields over Geno because I'd want to see him with DK, K9, Charbonnet, Lockett, JSN, and the tight ends because Hawks could give him weapons versus only having DJ Moore. There's my point. Yeah. You just don't know. And I could be sold like to somebody that feels like you do, Greg, that he is better because he hasn't had that. You know, that's that problem and issue. We get down to the base, whereas a franchise, you don't want to be in that territory where you don't know what you have with a quarterback after 3 years. Where you go, man, we didn't do right by this kid. We didn't set him up properly to make this assessment. And that's the big thing that I think's got to change from fans' outlook on quarterback versus where it's been in recent years, where everyone looks at him with the superhero thought process. Got to look at him more with what supporting cast did they have around them. You know, did they have even just a base, like a minimum baseline of supporting cast for some kind of success? Or were they really limited? Like you mentioned, Fields was in the stop of the Bears. Addicted says, Brandon, thanks for checking. Had a hunch. Hunch was right, man. Pretty on point. Bob says Russ has been S to prove this year, especially after Sean treating him like S. He's never experienced that before. No, he's not. No, he's not. Tom Eden says the Pete in the front office thing was kind of the red stapler moment. They fixed the glitch. It'll work itself out naturally. That's awesome. Yes. Seahawks blue and green. You want to sign Cousins? I mean, he ain't taking no discount. He's going to want $60 million large coming off that Achilles at 36 years old. That's a pricey pay. DVD Fields may just get cut. They'll trade him. Maybe the Bears. No, they'll trade him. DVD. They'll definitely get value for him, especially this year with so many quarterback hungry teams. Drake May, Brian Myers does go top 5. He's going top 3. I still think he goes ahead of Jaden Daniels, but maybe Jaden overcomes him. But top 5, no doubt about it. No doubt about it. No doubt. No doubt. All right, folks, let's put a little bit of a wrapping up on this one if we could here today. Any more last couple questions? Let's go again and get them on in here. I will be back tomorrow for a members-only stream for members of the channel at 5 o'clock. I'm going to be looking at 10 items that I think are necessities for the next Seahawks head coach here on the members side of things tomorrow. So if you're a member of the channel, please do check out that. I'll have that on the community board tonight. And we will be doing the B&B show tomorrow. B&B show tomorrow, of course, is going to be having us do the first mock draft of the year. We're going mock draft crazy, folks. So tune on tomorrow, 7 o'clock Pacific Standard Time for that. I want to thank today the sponsor of the show, which is going to be Underdog Fantasy. Underdog Fantasy has been so kind to sponsor the show throughout the course of this year. You can click down the link in the description section below. That will take you to the Underdog Fantasy site, or you can just use my code NEST, either one, and they will match you up to $100 of your first deposit, up to $100. So $100 on the Hawks Nest from me to you. There are some limitations that do apply in the state of Washington, but if you do go into a casino, you can use the app in full, and there's a lot of casinos, of course, in the state of Washington. They got some great ongoing contests. You want to run a little bit of a fantasy run this week? I'll do a weekly fantasy going on with the last couple playoff teams. Go head-to-head with other folks in the nation. Just get into some varying prize packages that you can get into with some big winnings. They're still giving away a lot of money throughout this playoffs and even into this offseason. You've got basketball, baseball, hockey, the full bore. All of it there available to you. But thank you to Underdog Fantasy for sponsoring the show this year, as they have. Very much appreciated from them. DVD Forever says safety, draft one, trade for one. Who? I think it's more about drafting for one at this point. I'm anticipating you're probably going to cut both Diggs and Adams. Then you've got a couple safeties on the roster you feel okay about being in the mix, and then you go draft a guy like Tyler Nubin or Cameron Kitchens. So I think that they probably end up drafting a guy to bring one in, but they're going to probably cut a few of these guys away to kind of bring this down a little bit more to a manageable state as far as how much they're spending on the safety position. Og says, yeah, that's crazy money at that age. Laughing out loud. And he's never, remember Og Bops, he's never taken a discount. Not that I'm knocking him for it, not that I'm expecting him to. Cousins been balling out. Came out of the same draft as Russell Wilson. There has been no dip in Cousins' play. But he also don't take no discounts. You're gonna pay the Cousins price. And that's a price of Cousins. Boss, be real, guys. Do you think John will find a way to get Russ back without Pete? John found Russ a young buck. Let's be real. How wild would that be? Reportedly at the end there, Og Bops, it was John that wanted Russ gone and Pete wanted Russ to stay. So John was the guy that was really pushing for the trade prior. And remember, Og Bops, it's not just Russ, it's the Russell's agent that comes with Russ. And that's not exactly John's favorite people. He's not a big fan of that dude. B&B Mock coming tomorrow at you guys. Whole hog. Thank you, Addicted. Kevin Diggs regressed this year, had little to no impact on the field, and is top for his chain and pricing. So it's not for the long league. If you don't have impact, next man up. Yeah, he's making top 10 safety money. He's not giving you top 10 safety performance. And you've got to free up money from somewhere this offseason. Diggs is probably likely to be that guy where you have to make that move. Nothing wrong with being a big Russ fan, bro. It's all good. Doc Brennan, that safety from U of Minnesota might be a hidden gem. Had to play against Big Ten competition. Tyler Nubin is my number one safety in this draft. He is the only safety that I have a first-round grade upon, a late first-round grade at that. But he's everything that you want from the position. He's got good size. He can play free safety, strong safety, a little bit of slot if you want to move him down there. Really good tackler, brings the hitting, and even has some ball skills. Complete player, fun player. Would have no problem with taking him at the end of the first round. And that might get some Hawk fans a little bit like, but this will be on the back of you letting go Diggs and Adams. So you got to restock up the position a little bit somehow. Greg Camp, Brandon, pick at 16, trade back, or pick Barton tomorrow. I can get Barton in the 20s, Greg. I can get Barton in the 20s and pick up a second round pick. Probably I'm going to lean to trading back. I'm going to see who falls to me at 16. But I'm going to say that I'm probably going to lean to wanting to trade back at that point. DVDB, last question. Was Spoon's John's pick or Pete's pick? I think it was both pick. I think that there was kind of a general consensus with Spoon by the end there around the league that this guy's a top 10 selection. A no doubt about it top 10 selection. where I think there was a lot of those guys in the top 10 DVD where there was, Jalen Carter might not have gone in the top 10. The guy the Raiders took, not a lot of teams might have seen him as a top 10 guy. So I think there was more of a consensus in the league. And what I mean by that, DVD, is I think there was more of it. There would be a consensus between John and Pete on that pick as well, about it just being a great pick, that him just being that good, that it just stood out that clearly to them. He was that kind of player. You can see I was wrong. I thought Russell Wilson was making a comeback, but he ended up getting benched. No, you weren't alone. A lot of people thought he was going to make that happen there with Peyton, and we'll see. He's got a very good opportunity, Jason, to see this offseason to go to a team, be paid a veteran minimum, have the Broncos on the hook for all of the rest that he's owed, and be able to go to a team and basically have them paying pennies on the dollar for competent quarterback play. And that might be able to then, as she goes to the right organization, finding some success on the back of it, potentially. Brian Myers, I have to pick an interior D-line in round 1. Sweat, Murphy, or Newton? I was watching some tape of Newton. He can sure disappear at times in games for my pickings. I'll go with Newton, Brian. I got them all very closely in the same spot, though. Late first, early second. But I'll go with Newton just because Sweat's a run stuffer. Murphy's going to be kind of a 3. It'll be a 3 tech. But Murphy, to me, doesn't have like the talent of a Kalijah Cairns even. But then Newton doesn't either. I don't like any of them at 16. I've got to be picking him late into the first round with all 3 of those guys. No need to cut DJ Dallas, Jason C. He's a free agent. He's not coming back. Did the Niners trade for Sweat for the run? Yes. They traded a 3rd round pick for, not Sweat. No. You mean Chase Young. They traded Chase Young for the run. Yes. 3rd round pick. Greg Kemp, Brandon, I saw a mock draft having Hawks pick Troy Fautanu and moving him to guard. Thoughts? Beautiful. Wonderful. I think Troy Fautanu, Greg, Graham Barton, and Cooper Bebe are all top 50 picks. And I've been lumping them all together, Greg, because they all are very similar. They've got more of the background of playing tackle in college, but they more transition to playing guard at the next level, and left guard at that in all 3 cases. I think all of those guys are top 50 players. I think it's kind of a pick your preference on one to the other. What I like about all 3 of them too, Greg, is that though all of them are outlining to be guards, they all can play tackle. So when we look at Abraham Lucas and maybe this chronic knee injury situation that still isn't ready to be totally put to bed, you have a little bit of an insurance policy now if you need to kick that guy out to the outside to fill in for Lucas. And I like that potential there too. You can also do it again with both Barton and Cooper Bebe. They bring that as well. But Fautanu moves really well in space. He's been a very competent left tackle in the sport. He has got a great ability to set the leverage game. He's got kind of a left guard body to me, a little bit more than a tackle body. He's going to be able to really get up under those defensive tackles. Good strength too, play strength. So he should transition very easily to the inside. DVD Forever B, thank you for always reading the chat and responding. Thank you for watching, man. I appreciate you. You're a man amongst insects when it comes to YouTubers and their interactions with their fans and followers. Well, you guys make this community, man. I yap a lot here, but it is my community. It is my people. It is you guys that make this happen. And I love doing this, man. I love chopping it up with you guys and getting into these deep discussions, being able to look over every individual point from every different angle. I think that we walk away with this with just so much of a better understanding about the team and the situation and where things are at. And that includes your guys' feedback to me as much as anything on this. It's a back and forward thing on this. But thank you, man. I appreciate that. Sean, Latu, Dallas Turner, or Jared Verse? I currently have Dallas Turner as my top edge in this class. Tentatively, all of the edges kind of fall into the same place for me, Sean. Latu, Turner, Braylon Trice, Jared Verse, and Chop Robinson, in my opinion, are all first-round players. They're all about mid-teens to late 20s first-round players. None of them are blue-chip prospects. Turner's is maybe the most complete guy, the most ready guy, I think, to go out there and give you productivity quickly. Latu and Trice are kind of similar, is that they're just pass rushing demons with an assortment of moves who just understand how to get to the quarterback, but they're not going to be physical marvels, and I don't think either of them are going to really light up the combine. Verse is a freak show, and Robinson are kind of freak shows, but they've got question marks in their games as well. Chop's got a long way to go with his technique. But I'll go with Dallas Turner, then I'll take Latu, then I'll go with Verse. There's a little bit of a dip from Verse this year versus the tape from last year. Greg Kemp, I think Fatanu's more of a left guard because he can move, and you want to take advantage of that for what he can do there with dealing with 3 techs. I don't think he's going to be as much a rooter of nose tackles and 1 techs over on the right side. He could do that. He could be competent at it, but I think he's going to be better taking on those 3 techs and using him out in space, pulling him out in space, get him down to second level. He might be not enough, might not be enough, pure power in there for the right guard spot. I see those kind of different though there, Greg. I'm more of a traditionalist where I look at that right guard and go, I need the guy that's 335 and can wallop. Addicted, geez, I'm frustrated that DeBoer went to Bama. Go Dogs. Going to be a tough year in the Big Ten. It's going to be a new year. It's going to be a new situation. Dwayne Rankin, I would love to see Jamal Adams play for Dan Quinn. Comeback player of the year. No, maybe. Be interesting to see what they do with Jamal. We're going to learn on that one very soon about which way they go. Jessica Butler says we got to get rid of Geno. I don't know if it's going to happen this year, Jessica. He does carry an $18 million dead money hit. So you move him and you still have to, $18 million of his dead money is on the books. Maybe more of next year might be more of a potential on that. I think they'll still do it and probably draft a guy though. So they'll still get somebody at least probably drafted there. Greg Kemp says Jared Verse would have went to the Raiders last year, according to reports. I think he should have come out last year for that reason, because the Texas Tech kid ended up going to the Raiders instead, and that was a big risky pick by the Raiders. Strange on their for him to go back, but that's the NIL. You're getting paid. It's a bit of a different game than just simply coming out. You would have been a top 15 pick, yeah, but I'm going to make millions here in college this year. So that's the tough part for it. But I think he also probably reduced a little bit of his value, and he goes from being a guy that would have been maybe a top 10 guy to now being probably more of a top 30 guy. Still really looked at highly, but DVD forever. Let's go, Brandon. Wait, a real chant for this Brandon. Laughing out loud. Thank you, man. Brian Myers, I think Verse would have been outstanding for the Hawks. He would have been fun, yeah. Where you would have picked him, though, because I think he would have gone probably top 12, top 13. So I don't think he lasted 20 at that point last year. I could be wrong on that, but that's just how I see it. Jason C. Dallas signed well, he'll be cut at this point, I would hope, but I don't. Let me check this out. So, Jason C., just a quick, easy way to check out on this. Just type in sports track and then go over to NFL and then go to team salary caps on the tab and then click on the Seattle Seahawks, and that'll show you the 2024 available, the guys that are on your cap. So what you'll notice if you look at that is there's no DJ Dallas because he's a free agent. You play 4 years, and so anything less than a first round pick, you're a free agent at that point. I know you said he signed it in 2020, he signed a 4-year deal. So you have the 2020 season, right? 2021, 2022, 2023. 4 years. DVD, I don't know if we get Taysom Hill as a backup. Depends on what the Saints do with his contract. Bile Mullen. Okay, everyone, tell your Hawk fans about this, man. Let's get him to 20K before the season starts. Hell yeah, Bile. Thank you, man. B&B is my Seahawks go-to 24/7. Well, we'll be cooking through this offseason, no doubt about it, Bile. I'm looking forward to going through the free agent and draft process with Brendan and dive into it deep like we did last year. It's going to be fun. It's going to be a good time. Yeah, he's a UDFA. Sean says this is a strong offensive tackle class. Do you have any favorites for the Hawks potentially? I don't know if you'd really look to attack one, Sean. I mean, you've got your two starters in Lucas, especially if they feel like his knee's going to hold up well in the long term, then you're not really going to look to draft a guy. You also have two guys as far as swing tackles behind them, in Curhan and Forsythe, who proved he could play both positions this offseason in a pinch. So you also feel like you have a little bit of depth there. This is at the same time, Sean, that you really do need to address the interior of the offensive line in a major way. This is where I go to, it's more likely from my perspective, Sean, that they take one of these guys who has some tackle experience, but who has more of a guy that is outfitted and looks to be a guy that's going to play guard at the next level. And then you, in a pinch, can move them out to tackle if you need to, if there is more injuries, but they're not part of the plan as the long-term tackle option out there. Mr. Dog, does Ben Johnson start Geno if he gets hired? Yes. Yes. Look what he's done with Jared Goff, Mr. Dog. I mean, he's got a guy who can do everything from a throwing standpoint that Goff can do, and he gets a little bit more mobility. I think he'll be fine with it. I think they'll still draft the guy too if he brought in, but it would be both. Jason sees the Sports Track says Geno is getting $75 million. Well, that's the total contract, but that's not the yearly cap hit. The cap hit next year is $31 million. Seahawks Dubs, B, what's your dream pick at 16, or what is your dream scenario? Jaden Daniels falling to 16. Dream scenario. Well, dream scenario would be one of the blue chip prospects I have in this draft being available at that point for us to take. And unfortunately, as it stands right now in this draft, in my opinion, I'm sort of at a point right now where I feel like there's only 7 guys that are true blue chip talents. So, well, no, I'd put maybe, I don't know if I put Jaden Daniels. Maybe Jaden Daniels would be the 8th. They're all on the offensive side of the ball, but I don't think Jerzon Newton is a blue chipper. None of the edges are blue chippers. The dream pick for me at 16 is to move back to 25 and pick up another second rounder. That's the dream scenario for me. We go to 16 to 25, pick up the second rounder, and then we pick one of Troy Fontanu, Cooper Bebe, or Graham Barton. And then you come back in the second round, and then you can go and hammer the line again if you want, or address the defensive line, or grab one of the very talented middle linebackers in this draft. I would go something like that. Billy, I'm sorry, Billy. I will remember eventually on this one. I'm 4 hours into the stream, so the brain's a little bit mushy right now. I'll get it eventually, Billy. Bro, I have a hard time with the ones when I gotta pronounce it differently than it reads. It throws me off. I'm a little slow brained with that. We should have a head coach by February 16th. Tommy, that would be, I think this won't go more than another 2 weeks at most. OG Bops, bro, Jamal makes more base than DK. That's crazy. That's why he's going to be cut. You make him a post-June for his designation OG and then split out the dead money between 2 years. 2 years. Have I watched Javon Solomon yet? I have not watched Javon Solomon yet. Nope. It's been a little slow for me, Greg, on the process of picking back up the prospects because with the coaching search now, this has kind of thrown the great monkey wrench into what I'd hoped to do is really be diving a little bit more into the prospects at this point in time, but it's video after video and diving into coach option after coach option and keeping on the coaching. So it's kind of going to split a little bit of the ability to get as much into the prospects as I wanted this offseason because it's such a rare offseason with the coaching. And I'm just running out of time right now to get the prospect views in and all of that, just kind of running out of the steam, so to speak, on that stuff. But I just write him down. I will take a look at him. Seahawks Dub, how do I think we can fix this defense without having to rely on the draft? Becoming more exotic, becoming more unpredictable, and modernizing your defense would be the 3 ways that you would instantly get more out of this defense than what you've gotten in the past. And all 3 of those things I just mentioned, Seahawks Dubs, have been wholly missing off this team for years on the defensive side of the ball. Do those 3 things immediately, and it has nothing to do with your personnel on that side of the ball. That's why I think there are some instant returns here to be had without having to necessarily stack up a ton of talent around it. What round do I think McCarthy will go? Is he a day 2 guy? I do not think he's a day 2 guy. I think he's a 4th or 5th round talent. I think that he's going to go in that territory when it's all said and done. I don't think the NFL franchises draft guys because they're winners. I just don't think that that's going to be enough to really carry the day at the pro level. I don't think that he's going to test insanely, Sean. I think he's going to run like a 4.7 40. I think he's going to go out there and throw next to guys like Jaden Daniels and Caleb Williams and Drake May at the combine. And he's going to look a lot different in how he throws the football versus how those guys throw the football. So that's my prediction. Ryan White, we're going to end up with someone like Quinn or Raheem Morris. I can feel it. I hope not, Ryan. But maybe. If we got Mike McDonald, do we keep Brooks because he's like to us keep linebacker to us like keep. If we got Mike McDonald, do we keep Brooks because he liked to use his linebackers? No. Brooks is going to get paid this offseason big money. The Seahawks don't have money to spend right now. They're going to have to make some hard cuts just to clear enough space to do basic functionality on their books. Feed me more Seahawks. You have $2 million of functional cap room. You do not have the money to sign a Brooks for 10 to 12 to 13 million per year. It doesn't make any sense to do so. He's not good enough to do so. Doesn't mean it doesn't matter what new coach you bring in here to deal with Brooks. He still is going to suck in coverage. He is still going to be a league worst linebacker when it comes to coverage. And that's not going to draw really anybody into him, in my opinion. They're going to let him go in free agency, and hopefully they can flip back some compensatory value for him on the other side of it. Great. Brandon, I also had to stop watching them because of the unknowns of Hawk's scheme, but started watching them again today. I'm starting to get a little bit more up into them. I've gotten through pretty much all of the coaching videos that I wanted to get through, Greg. So now it's a little bit more of, I can turn back on and start back in on the process. But definitely the Carroll thing, the coaches, the having to spend time doing the research on all of these individual coaches and looking at their track record so I know what I'm talking about with them. It does slow the part. I love the fact that it's happened. It's good for the franchise that's happened, but it's definitely made it harder to have as many of these guys at the forefront. I think I'm about 120 names into this draft right now. So I've got some heavy duty work to do over the next 2 months here, but I am a little bit behind the 8 ball as far as I probably, if there's a guy you're thinking heavy, I probably haven't because of the fact that I'm still just kind of in the slow roll process because of what's kind of gone on with this. There's a cap. No, there's no cap to how much you can pay the coach. Jason, Billy, thoughts on Patrick Graham? I know you're 5 hours in and almost. Yeah, we're going to go ahead and last couple questions on this. I know you guys got me keep going sometimes, but let's go ahead and put let's go ahead and put the last few in here. Let's go ahead and wrap this sucker on up because I'm definitely getting a little bit tired and hungry and ready to kind of put it to bed here. DVDB, last thing I'll say, my money goes on Ravens and Niners, but my underdog mind and heart would explode with joy if Detroit wins. Go Lions, go Hawks, night B, night 12s, and guess. I think it's going to be the Ravens and Niners. I'm with you. I'd love to see Detroit take out the Niners. I do think the Ravens are going to win the Super Bowl no matter what happens. That's where I think it goes, how I think it goes, where it goes, what goes, that goes, in goes. That's where it's going to go. Billy, thoughts on Patrick Graham? I don't get very excited by Patrick Graham, Billy. I feel like as a coordinator, if you're going to be due to be a head coaching hire, you should actually have a track record of some really good success to earn that promotion. If you've had middling to bad experiences as a coordinator in your success, I don't really care how you motivate people. I don't really care about what bright star or light you are. I can't really see how you have a guy like a Jairo Evero with his track record as a coordinator and what he's shown to get out of talent versus a guy like Patrick Graham. And now the organization goes, yeah, Patrick Graham's the guy who's the right guy over a Jairo Evero. So there are some coordinators here in this search, Billy, that have felt like to me, you're just pulling names out of a hat almost. And for me, in a lot of respects, I know Patrick Graham's got a good reputation in the NFL. It's more of a pulling a name out of the hat. It's not a representation to me of a real prime ideal target here. It's more of a, So I just don't I don't see it as much there with Graham. He's got a Yale background. He did do his best work last year with the Raiders defense as a coordinator in his time in the NFL. So maybe he's on the upswing. Maybe he's improving. Maybe he's learning his way. He does not run a very blitz heavy scheme. It's a lot more of dropping guys back into coverage, rushing a front four, kind of the boring ass defense that we've been running the last couple of years. I'm kind of tired of that. I think the new modern iteration of defenses has to be more about taking it to the offense. Stop sitting on your effing heels all the time. Stop sitting in these back soft zones where you're protecting against a 9 route that's no longer being thrown in football at the high rate of level it was thrown 20, 30, 40 years ago. Play to the modern game, which is shutting down the short routes which is creating complexity and confusions for offense, both pre and post snap. Exactly those things that they are doing to the defensive side of the ball. I don't see Patrick Graham as being that kind of guy that's doing that. I think that there are other candidates who are doing that. So I can't understand in any way how the Hawks have in any way, shape, or form arrived at Graham as earning a second interview or being a prime target that they want to look at for this head coaching position. Kind of just doesn't add up to me. Furlack has been celebrating 22 long months as a Hawks Nest Ring of Honor member. Thank you for that long-time support. Almost 2 years. What up, Brando? So I saw Mel's mock that they have us taking J.J. McCarthy. What do you think about that? With Ben Johnson or trading for Fields with Ben Johnson? Furlack, I don't like either of those two options. I get asked a lot about Fields, man. I must be asked probably about 10 times a given show on Fields. So, I mean, the Seahawks fandom really seems to have an affinity, I'll say this, Furlack, for Justin Fields in a way that I didn't really expect. I mean, there's a kind of a general, like, making googly eyes at Justin Fields. Like I was kind of unaware coming in this offseason of how much people really do love Justin Fields out there and look at him as a guy that's a real viable option at the quarterback position. I'm not saying he's not. I don't know why he's generating so much kind of love from the fan base, especially if when you look at it, you go and trade for him and you have to then pay him in a year after trading for him. He either comes in and sucks and you've given up a pick and now he sucks and you've given up a pick, or he's good and now you're paying him $55 million a year. And then you're in the boat of paying him $55 million a year. And then we're right back in the same place we were with Russell Wilson, where we can't build the GD roster up because we're paying the quarterback too much money. The Fields thing, it doesn't make any sense to me on any way or shape or form or anything. I mean, we can't forget with the Geno Smith thing. You can move Geno Smith. You're still on the hook for $18 million. I think that there's somehow this thinking in the fan base that we can just, if we decide that we're done with Geno Smith, then we just throw him into the trash and then there's no cost on the books to us if we do that. I can't do the Justin Fields thing, guys. I don't understand on that one. I don't. I really don't. So I have heard the Fields one's brought up a lot for lack as far as an option. I just don't see it as being a viable one when you really look and peel apart the details of it. He goes out there, he balls $55 million a year. That's going to be the cost. You know what I mean? That's what you're going to have to run. JJ McCarthy, another name brought up a lot. There's a lot of serious heat right now behind JJ McCarthy. There are a lot of Hawk fans going JJ. You have Mel Kiper then gaslight the Seahawks fandom by putting JJ McCarthy up on his big board. And having us select him at 16, I feel like he was just kind of gaslighting the fandom on this Furlack, because Mel Kiper says in his own evaluation of J.J. McCarthy, he doesn't have him as a first-round quarterback, but then that he sees us drafting him because we have this general need for a quarterback. You know, that's the most lazy of connection on Mel Kiper's part of connecting McCarthy to us. And again, it makes just no sense to me. I mean, on both of these two accounts with it, Furlack, I think there are so many ways you can go with the quarterback position. To go those two ways would be, to me, so dumb. It just wouldn't be smart. It really wouldn't be smart. And it's not going to take you to becoming a contender. Justin Fields is not going to take you to being a contender when you factor in the $55 million of money you're going to have to spend on him after this year. And go look at the track record of the last 20 years of paying a quarterback over 14% of your salary cap. You can't build the rest of the team up. You just can't do it. It makes it so much harder to make that contending team. You may feel more warm and fuzzy that you got your quarterback, but this is a team sport. This is maybe the greatest team sport. It's not an individual sport. And the quarterback position matters and matters more than others, but I can't go there. I think Ben Johnson, Furlack, will be plenty happy with Geno Smith as his quarterback and then drafting a guy in the 3rd or 4th round this year. Geno Smith is, I think, every bit about as good a quarterback as Jared Goff. Jared Goff's had way more to work with, especially his offensive line, and especially his pass protection, and especially his run blocking over the past couple of years to set up Jared Goff's success. Geno has not had those same parameters put in place over the past couple of years. I think Ben Johnson would be plenty happy with him at that point. All right. We're going to go ahead and wrap it up on that. I know you guys would go all night here if we could go, but my voice is kinking out, and we had a late night last night, so I'm ready to wrap it up on this one this evening. I thank you guys for watching today. Please do me a favor and hit the like button if you could for me on the way out the door here this evening. Some great chat as always. Love to hear what you guys' thoughts are on this stuff. And appreciate all of the questions in the chat all the time. Greg Kemp, Brandon, last question. Have you looked at AJ Barner's blocking? No, I haven't looked at AJ Barner's blocking, but I will add him to my list. He's on the list. Oh, show. Prepare for a short answer to your don't know. Nah, hopefully I give him a pretty good answer on that. Og Bob says, I'm glad you aren't peddling the shitty trades for Fields. Another channel was clearly for clicks. Yeah, I don't like it in any way. I don't. I'm also a little bit of, I'm hardcore on this, Og Bops. When we were going through the Russell Wilson situation and Russell was costing the amount of money he was costing, I did a lot of deep dives on looking at the quarterback position and how often these guys are just paid, and they're paid without thinking. Everyone gets paid at the quarterback position. You have a halfway good year and you're getting paid because every team freaks out about the part of you being more expensive a year down the line. And then these teams get themselves into the worst of scenarios, the worst of territories. And they're so hamstrung by these contracts at that point. You can't pay your quarterback 15 GD% of your salary cap. It just doesn't work. Are there some teams that have found success doing it? So it's a small, minute amount. Yeah, but not by and large. So what do you want to do? You know, as I always say with this, Og, do you want to try to go win and find that pathway to success, which is the easier pathway, which is the more straightforward, which is the tried and true? Or do you want to try to find the anomalous way, right? The far outside the box way. Nobody's found success doing this way at all, but you're going a different well. But give me more of a tried and true way. You know, that's why we go offensive-minded coach, defensive-minded coach. Offensive-minded coaches are having more success. Offensive-minded coaches are finding an easier pathway to success. Well, let's go down that way with it, you know? Greg Kemp, Brendan, the Seahawks channel interviewed someone who covered Graham with Raiders and said Graham is smart, developed talent, changes defenses week to week based on availability of players, brings discipline. I've heard the same thing. I do wonder when teams talk about changing defenses week to week when you're at a blitz rate down at the bottom of the league the past couple of years. That's where he sat. I mean, what is the changes that are happening play to play then at that point? And your coverages, you know, because I know as a quarterback, I can predict it's going to be a front four that I'm dealing with. And when you got a guy like Max Crosby as kind of the game changer he is, then you can lean maybe a little bit more on that front four to get that pressure at that point. But he may be an upcoming mind, Greg. I just think that now's a bit early for this guy to be considered. And I don't think he may have all of that stuff, but now he needs to take all of that smart and developing talent and the week to week. And now I need to see that on the field. You know, no, the Raiders defense hasn't been tremendously great the past couple of years. It was improved as the year went along this year, but he's not put down the track record of success that a guy like Ben Johnson has on the offensive side of the ball the past 2 years. It's very, very premature. Hawkaholics, and I'm glad Harbaugh isn't coming to Seattle. No doubt about that. Marco Savelli, how you doing? Verlax says, if you remember, Brando, I wanted to draft Stroud last year when we had the pick 5. I do remember that. And look, you remember I was on the same place. I was the guy saying CJ Stroud's the best quarterback in this draft. You get him at 5 all day long. I love Stroud. So I didn't know he was going to do what he did this year. I'm not going to try to make that claim. But I did really like his talent quite a bit. Like, what quarterback in this draft do you lean towards? I don't have a lean on this one. I was liking the possibility of Cameron Ward when it was announced he was maybe coming out. But these other guys don't do a lot for me. They're fine. JJ McCarthy, Jordan Travis, Joe Milton, Quinn Ewers, Bo Nix, they're fine. Nobody really does much for me as far as exciting wise, though. They're fine. I want to thank you guys for watching today. We're going to go ahead and wrap it up on that note. We will be back tomorrow with a members only show. So members, keep an eye on your community posts, as I will be putting that link out there through the community posts, and patrons of the channel as well. Appreciate all of the folks that donated to the channel today. John Stillwell with the $50 drop, and all of the membership drops he did as well for all those new members of the channel. Keep an eye out on that. I appreciate you guys watching. We will be back in about 24 hours. But until that time, please, my fellow Seahawks faithful, don't you ever forget. Go Hawks.